morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports here on 710, seattlesports.com. The old Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms out there. And let's not forget YouTube and 97.3 HD2. All great ways to find us, listen to us, watch us, hang out with us every morning or maybe later in the day. If that's your preference, you can always do that. If the timing just doesn't fit your schedule, we want to be there for you. We're trying, busy. You're busy. You're very, very busy, and we want to make sure we get you at the right time for you, not just what works for us. So thank you. Yeah, we're going to talk Mike Macdonald today. Fun interview yesterday, obviously in a much different mood and a little more fun and a little more engaging after a win. We're going to talk to Jeff Passan later today. Daniel Jeremiah is going to pop by today at 9:30, so we'll talk to him. You can watch that on YouTube or on the app if you're inclined to do that. I will quickly say, just to start the show this morning, just because this is usually my time to talk about whatever's on my mind. I'm sad this morning to see that Robert Redford died. I know he's really old, 89 years old, so it's not like he didn't live a full life. Obviously, he did, and anytime somebody at that age passes away, it's anything but shocking. But it's still a bummer. Robert Redford is a legend, made some unbelievably good movies. I can't tell you how many times I have seen Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Like a million times. Just a great, I love Westerns in general. I think that is among the great Westerns ever made. It's fun, it's funny, it's lighthearted, it's got serious moments. He's incredible. Paul Newman's incredible. Catherine Ross is incredible. Just a great, great movie that it's from well before I was born. But I've watched it I don't know how many times in my life because it's just such a great film, and he's incredible in it as Sundance. So that obviously The Natural would be the one that most sports fans.
When you told me before the show that happened, I said I'm not sure I've ever seen one of his movies in full, but I have seen The Natural.
The Natural, yeah. Roy Hobbs, great baseball movie. Lyle, have you seen The Natural?
In parts, not the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's got a little cheese to it, but it's a phenomenal sports movie, a great baseball movie. Butch and Sundance, a great movie too. All the President's Men, about Watergate, where he plays Bob Woodward along with Dustin Hoffman, who plays Bernstein. Just another phenomenal, excellent movie. Later in life, I loved Sneakers. I think that's probably the only movie of his I ever saw in the theaters. I think, just because it came out so much later. I mean, he was kind of an older character at that point. But Sneakers is a great movie also. I'll always catch that if it's on TV. A little of its time, kind of late 80s, early 90s. But that's another really good movie. So, yeah, and plus, Lyle, I know you don't really know who Robert Redford is, but have you heard of the Sundance Film Festival that takes place every year?
No.
Really? Come on.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know what to say to that. All right. Well, anyway, the Sundance Film Festival takes place every year in Utah, Park City, Utah. It's sort of like the big film festival in the United States that takes place every year. And that was, he started that and named it after his character, the Sundance Kid. So, yeah, there's a million of them, man. There's just a million great scenes and movies and roles, and he was a phenomenal producer later in life as well. I know he won the Oscar for Ordinary People, so I'm not prepared to do a whole long tribute here to Robert Redford. If I had known, yesterday or whatever, I would have gone through and found clips for you guys and all of that. I don't really have. We didn't have the time to do that. But I will just say one of my favorites, and I know certainly one of my parents' favorites. They talked about him all the time, and of the times I've watched Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, probably half of them are with my dad, who loves that movie, just loves it. And especially the scene, if you know the movie, and I just watched it this morning just quickly, where Sundance can only shoot when he's moving. It's so great, right? He's asked to shoot, and he can't do it, and he misses, and the guy's kind of, okay, this is sad. And then he's like, can I move? What do you mean? He moves a little bit, and he shoots the thing a couple times in a row. Just great. Just a great, great, great actor, and by all accounts, a really phenomenal person. So just a couple of minutes there on Robert Redford, R.I.P. Where else should we start this morning? Should we start with... Oh, I know. How about Geno Smith? How was he last night? Was he good?
Oh, boy.
Was he good, Maura? Was he good? Did you like Geno last night? Did you enjoy that as much as I did? Because I loved it. I thought that was really fun. As Pete would say,
Sure you did.
this is really fun. Really,
Well, I don't think
really
he was
fun.
having much fun last night either.
No, I don't think so. But he handled it well as usual. Yeah, I don't like Geno very much. I think I've made that pretty clear over the years. Don't really love who he is. Never really loved him as a quarterback. Just kind of not a big Geno fan. Not a great leader. Don't love the picks. Don't like the red zone execution. Don't really like the attitude. Just not really anything about Geno that I like. Don't like the off-field behavior and, the getting arrested and the yelling at cops and the getting punched and the do you know who I am and just really the whole thing. Just not a big Geno guy. And so watching him throw 3 picks last night, and it wasn't even the picks. It was just the complete inability to do much of anything right. That dude last night, he threw the ball away on 4th down. Can't do that. Bad sacks. Like, you name it, man. For a guy that was really convinced that he wanted to get paid the big money, he sure looked like total garbage on national TV last night. His only saving grace is that game was on and over so late on the East Coast that like 0.5% of the population over there watched it. But anybody who was watching on the West Coast, anybody who stayed up a little past their bedtime like I did, just to make sure they got the chance to see the end of that sucker, well, we were rewarded. We were rewarded with a Geno Smith doozy. I like the red zone pick. That was my favorite.
I don't know about if I'm with you completely on all of that, but I do think it's kind of funny that he didn't want to stay here, and it looks like he's got about the same protection as he did here last year, whereas it looks like the Seahawks have maybe worked some of that out.
Maybe there's a common thread. Maybe he was part of the problem.
I mean, the offensive line problems were before him here.
I mean, maybe, but
They preceded him.
But the quarterback does have a role in protection and how that all works out. And I don't know. I don't know what Geno's strengths are in that. And I don't know. I don't know what the reality is. But if it's continuing, maybe there's like a reason for that. I don't know.
I mean, we heard Abe Lucas talk about how discombobulated everything was last year. I think Ryan Grubb probably has a little more to do with that, but maybe
Ryan Grubb's not in Vegas. I'll tell you that much. Ryan Grubb's not in Vegas.
No, Chip Kelly is, and you wanted him, and I'm not too sure about that.
Oh, Chip Kelly's great.
That was all Geno's fault last night?
Well, Chip Kelly didn't throw the ball to the other team. And by the way, Geno should have thrown at least 1 or 2 other picks. I mean, like, he had an awful game. That's not on Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly was handed this guy. That guy's not very good. Yeah, sorry. I'm out on that.
How
I know
did Ashton Genty look?
Well, you shouldn't draft a running back with the 5th pick or whatever it was. Like, that's not Chip Kelly's fault. That's on Spy Tech or whatever the guy's name is. Spy Games.
By the way, we're going to have to talk about Tom Brady at some point.
Oh, we're going to talk about it with DJ a little bit later. That's garbage, man. You can't do that. You can't. You can't be in the coach's booth one day and then in the broadcast booth the next.
Well, they said he's having weekly meetings with Chip Kelly about what's going on with the team, and then he's going to these production meetings.
That's just a no.
One of the teams he's calling a game for is an upcoming opponent for them.
I know. That's a no. Yeah, I mean, like, to me, that's been clear as day to me for a while, but it's just now becoming an even bigger deal. But hey, Maura, stay focused.
The more and more involved he gets with the Raiders.
Stay focused, Maura.
On Geno.
Let's stay focused here on the real story.
Oh, man.
Geno was garbage yesterday. That was bad. That was one of the worst quarterback performances on a primetime game I've seen in a while. Meanwhile, Sam Darnold's been fine. A lot cheaper, younger. Look, I know. This is probably just some gloating. And you know what? I don't always like to gloat. Sometimes I do. But on this one, I will. This has been a good week. Last week was a bad week for the Mike Salk take of trade Geno, trade DK. Right? Seahawks lost. Geno threw a whole bunch of explosive plays and won. DK made a couple of big catches and won. And I'm like, ugh. This isn't good. Like, I'm worried about my long-held beliefs about these two guys. But you fast forward a week, Darnold looked fine. Seahawks win. Raiders lose as Geno looks awful. And the Seahawks totally shut down DK Metcalf in their revenge game against him. Reunion game, excuse me. Like, take looks a lot better this week. I was bummed out. Do you remember the text I sent you last week about how every single game I watched, the team I was rooting for lost? I was bummed out. So I get it, and I suffered through. I came on the air and I dealt with it. But here I am a week later, proud, head held high, excited that some of my takes looked a little bit better a week later. And I was going to stand by him either way. I mean, like, I'm not a fan of paying a wide receiver that much money, especially after you drafted one in the first round. And I was never a fan of turning over the keys to Geno Smith. I thought John Schneider did the right thing. Don't pay that guy. He's not good enough. He's not the right age. He's too volatile. And I know Geno had a whole bunch of comments in an interview. We'll go through those at 8 o'clock. I think he sounds ridiculous. I think he sounds, as he always does, patently absurd. There's a reason that guy's been punched by 2 teammates. Like, sorry. I just don't like the guy. I never did. Never liked him as a quarterback here. Doesn't run enough for me. I mean, he threw too many red zone picks. Don't like the way he comported himself off the air, or off the field, rather. Sorry, radio host mistake. My dog got me up at 1 o'clock, 1:30 last night, by the way. So if I'm a little off today, blame Gertie. I don't know what this new thing is, but she's got to poop every night at like 1:30. That's a non-starter.
You're going to have to fix that.
Yeah, no kidding.
New
We're gonna
schedule, Gertie.
And usually Heather will get up since, she doesn't have to wake up in the 4 o'clock hour. But last night, nothing. I heard Gertie jump off the bed, and Heather's just like lying there like a stone. I was like, oh my gosh, now I got to get up. So I did, and I let her out, and I brought her back. Anyway, we'll talk through that a little bit more detail at 8 o'clock. We got a lot of Mariner conversation today. Psyched to see this big final road trip start tonight. We'll preview that and a whole lot more next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
They're baseball's hottest team.
Cal Raleigh will score. Here comes Julio. He's racing home around third. He's going to score standing. 2 more on the board for the Mariners.
Winners of 9 in a row.
Strike 3 called. Got him. Fire. George Kirby, strikeout number 13.
Up next, the first of 3 in Kansas City. Tonight, first pitch at 4:40. Pregame at 3:30.
Everybody on their feet.
On the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
In today's competitive world, standing out isn't optional anymore. I'm Rusty George, and my agency helps builders, manufacturers, and material suppliers get louder and get noticed in order to bring in new customers. From effective brand strategies to websites and marketing campaigns that drive business, Rusty George is for builders just like you. No fluff, just results. You can build the future. We'll help you build your new business pipeline. Visit rustygeorge.com today. rustygeorge.com.
Your future is looking bright. Win a share of $150,000 in glorious golden hour cash prizes every Saturday night in September. Get ready for 24-karat fun with new winners drawn every half hour starting at 6 p.m. Stay till midnight for the guaranteed grand finale of 10 grand, 50 grand on the last Saturday of the month. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested. Eddie's!
When the weather changes, your home shouldn't be the one left unprepared. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. We offer the strongest solutions in roofing, siding, decking, windows, and gutters, made for the Pacific Northwest. And right now, get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months or up to $3,000 off your next project. No gimmicks, no stress, just reliability you can count on. Visit stateroofing.com or call 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule your free estimate today.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Hey everybody, it's Bob Stelton here. Now, if you have joint pain, this will interest you. Wednesday, September 17th, Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is having a free live webinar to talk about stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
So what joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join the free live stem cell webinar Wednesday night at 6 p.m. to learn about stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Register at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, let's get the Mariners back on the field. A day off yesterday was interminable. Final road trip starts tonight, by far the most important of the season. A couple of decent teams, too, that have playoff aspirations, but without really the length of the 10 I can't speak this morning. 10-game trips that they made so far to the East Coast. 3 in Kansas City, 3 in Houston. That's it. No one better to get it started than your opening day starter, Logan Gilbert. He will go tonight against Michael Wacha. What do the Mariners need on this trip? Well, everyone's been playing great baseball, except for, unfortunately, Geno. They just can't seem to get him going. Ryan Rowland-Smith on yesterday says, yeah, this could a way to fix it.
Getting out on the road and just taking some ace swings, get him a 2-0 count. Let's pay attention to that first, second, third at bat against the Royals this first game. Get that 2-0 count. Just get that ace swing off, man. Don't try and process these at bats. Chase a little bit. I don't care.
Well, that's never really been a problem for Geno. I'm sure you could convince Geno to chase a little if you really wanted to and getting his ace swing off. That would be great. Houston last night does knock off Texas 6-3, so they move to within a half game of the Mariners. Texas falls to 3.5, really 4.5 back, making it pretty likely the Mariners will get in with at least a wild card. As for the Astros, they lose Yordan Alvarez to an ankle injury. We'll see if he can return. I told you yesterday, I'm not too worried about either of those two teams. I'm focused on the Tigers, who start a series with the Guardians tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, up and down news for the Seahawks coming out of the game in Pittsburgh. The good news, sounds like Devin Witherspoon could be a possibility as soon as this upcoming week. I was surprised by this from Mike Macdonald yesterday.
I don't know. Close. I know this. If he could have played, he definitely would have. I know he really wants to be out there. What's the best for him and the team definitely wasn't. It became clear probably on Saturday that unless he took a turn on Sunday, which wasn't out of the realm of possibility, then he probably wouldn't go. So it just when he went out there and worked out, just didn't turn.
Does that at least make it a possibility he could go this week?
Yeah, I think so. I think hopefully he'll practice. Going into 2 weeks now, hopefully he'll practice at some point. But I think he's probably still a guy that you could take all the way to the game. But it's not really a great model to abide by.
Yeah, I was surprised by that. I thought he was going to end up missing a couple of weeks, so that's definitely good news. Further good news on Nicky Manwari not going to the IR and how quickly he could be back.
Yeah, incredibly good news. Another guy that you'd like to see practice before going, especially being a rookie. So we'll see here. I don't know if we'll see if he's ready on Wednesday or possibly Thursday to get some reps.
God, I was surprised by that too. High ankle sprain, potential for IR. I figured at least he'd miss 2 weeks, but at least a possibility we could see him out there this weekend. Now, that's the good news. This was the not as good news coming out of the press conference once he had more info.
I don't have a full update. We had some things pop up this morning, so probably have some more info for you on Wednesday or Thursday as the week plays out, but wasn't as clean as we initially anticipated.
Wasn't as clean as we thought. That is nerve-wracking. So,
ominous.
Yeah, right? I guess we'll get a little more info on that tomorrow.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Smith on the move. Scanning. As he seen him in the open, now he just chucks it way downfield, and it's going to be intercepted. Trying to find Thornton. Tony Jefferson stepping in tonight.
Yeah, that's one of 3 picks on the night for Geno Smith. Took a couple brutal sacks. Threw the ball away on a 4th down late in the game. Struggled as usual in the red zone as they did not get into the end zone one time. They fall to the Chargers 20-9. All that without Khalil Mack, who was sidelined for most of the game. Tampa Bay takes care of Houston earlier in the night. This happened very late.
Hot in motion. They are going to run it. And no signal yet. Touchdown, Tampa Bay.
Yeah, that was with just 9 seconds left. Tampa Bay able to beat Houston, who falls to 0-2, right? What's going on with Houston? One of those teams that popped 2 years ago, and we're just sort of waiting for the next step. Have not really seen it. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Text this morning. Salk, you decide to tell us now that you never liked Geno after 3 years of him at quarterback? I know it's hard to criticize a hometown player, but how are we supposed to trust your takes if you're censoring them?
I don't think you held back that much.
Guys, come on. I didn't hold back that much. I mean, yeah, you're right. With hometown players, I think you probably refrain from making it too personal. But I don't. I mean, yeah, you're right. I'll give you a little bit of something. Is there a little bit of censorship? Sure. I don't think I wasn't looking to go to war with the quarterback of the Seahawks. But I think I was pretty clear about all of those things over the time he was here. I let it be known that I was pretty unimpressed with the way he got arrested and the way he handled himself during that. I think I was pretty clear about my thoughts on Geno, the quarterback, and his problems in the red zone. I think I was pretty clear in saying over and over again that I thought they should trade him, that I thought that they should move on, that I thought they should find a different quarterback for the future, that he was never going to be a guy to win a Super Bowl. So I'm not mad at your text, 206. I get it. But I think there is sort of a limit, kind of a middle ground there. I was pretty clear about how I felt about Geno, but no, you're right. I never went all in. It's like, I don't like this guy. You're right. But I don't think that's really my job. Like, I'm not looking to fight him and everybody else in the Seattle market at the same time. Like, come on, man. I'm a real person. I got emotions. I don't want to deal with that. That's like more stress than I need. But I think I was pretty clear about how I felt. Yeah. By the way, it worked out great when I told the world how I felt about Kyle Seager. Like, sometimes you gotta, it's just not worth fighting the entire world at once. So, yeah, I think I'll hold my head high on this one. I'm not too worried. But I get your point. I appreciate the text, 206. I'll tell you what, Mike Macdonald took a fun little shot at me yesterday. Did you enjoy that? I think it was tongue-in-cheek. I laughed. He seemed to laugh afterwards. So, I don't know. You'll hear it. It's part of the big interview. Coming up next on Brock and Salk.
The Mike Macdonald Show, the morning after every Seahawks game at 9:30 with Brock and Salk.
What was different in the game this week? I think we're learning how to win those types of games where you face adversity, and we need to keep learning how to do that. And I think we're gaining confidence on the team that we think that we can be and taking advantage of opportunities that come our way.
The Mike Macdonald Show. Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app and seattlesports.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for Crawl Pros. Let's talk about the need to get them into your house right about now. Have them come by. They'll do a free corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic, just like they did at my house. And as the weather is about to turn, I know today's going to be super, super hot, but after really the end of this week, we're going to start to see those temperatures dip, especially at night. So if your house was super hot in the summer and you're now worried it's going to be a whole lot colder in the winter, it may be because of your insulation. Maybe you don't have enough. Maybe you have none. Well, good news. When Crawl Pros comes out, if they find that that's the problem, you could get a ton of help paying to get it fixed. PSE customers, if your home was built before 1990, you can qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to get your crawl space and attic properly insulated. But you got to act now because many of these rebates are ending at the end of this year, including those federal incentives. So let Crawl Pros come in and get your home properly insulated before the cool fall weather really shows up. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The post-career day press conference brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed, and I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
What does it take to get justice for a man paralyzed after a cycling accident? Thousands of documents reviewed, hundreds of thousands of dollars paid for experts and investigations, and over 6 years of hard-fought litigation fighting all the way to the Washington State Supreme Court. Because when King County said he deserved nothing, we proved he deserved better. $10 million better.
Everything that could be done was being done to help us.
Chris did a great job. Call Davis Law Group today at 206-888-8888.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Toyota of Renton is in the playoff chase with game-winning deals on your next ride. Score a 36-month lease on the Tacoma at $279 a month with $39.99 due at signing. The RAV4 leasing at $299 a month with $39.99 due at signing. Drive smarter with the all-hybrid Camry leasing as low as $299 a month, or the Corolla from just $219. Whether you're gearing up for the fall or chasing savings, Toyota of Renton is the place to go. Visit toyotaofrenton.com and get in the playoff chase today. Offers valid through September 30th, 2025. Excludes tax, title, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 7540-4432-2559-1852.
O'Brien. Hi, Seahawks fans. Steve Rabel here for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Lung cancer is one of the deadliest cancers in the U.S., but early detection can make all the difference. If you're over 55 and have a history of smoking or a family history of lung cancer, you may qualify for a life-saving screening. So join us at Seahawks Crucial Catch Game on October 20th. Virginia Mason Franciscan Health will be offering lung cancer screenings before the game. Spots are limited, so check out vmfh.org/Seahawks to see if you qualify today.
Open enrollment for Medicare happens every year, but for a lot of people, it's still confusing. Hi, this is Herb Weisbaum, the Consumer Man. Don't worry, help is on the way with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit brought to you by the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Find out what's changing and learn about your options for Medicare with 7 easy steps to get ready for open enrollment. Order your free copy of the Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit at insurance.wa.gov or pick up a copy at your local library or senior center.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, a little bit of everything all at once. Mike Macdonald with us. Good morning, Coach. Coming off a win yesterday in Pittsburgh. What was different?
The intro. I was expecting the intro with some crazy statement that I've made in the past that you've clipped.
Yes.
Big brain, Mike Macdonald, best, smartest, elite head coach in the NFL.
Delete that one.
What was different in the game this week?
I'm not sure. I think we're learning how to win those types of games that don't necessarily where you face adversity, and I hope that we need to keep learning how to do that, and I think we're gaining confidence on the team that we think that we can be, and taking advantage of opportunities that come our way. Because if you do the right things, at some point in the game, you're going to have an opportunity, and I think our guys realize that, and I thought we took advantage of it for the most part, and then the things that went wrong, I thought we mitigated, to the most part, and that's a shout out to our guys' poise and connectedness and determination, and a lot of those things showed up in San Fran too. There's a couple things here or there in the San Francisco game, and we're having a different conversation throughout the week too. So I think you have to understand where you're at in the process and all that. So I think that was the difference.
At which point in the 4.5-hour flight home did the guys go from talking, celebrating, laughing, fun to just conked?
I don't know. I think the first couple hours I was out and about talking to the guys. No, I would say a couple hours, maybe an hour or so. But yeah, it was great. It's great. Look, it's a great flight home. I mean, the guys have been working incredibly hard. So to get a win, especially on the road and coming back is you earn those times as a team. Your guys, they deserve that time to be with each other and celebrate and have a good time. And then when we land, we all kind of know it. All right, it's back to work. We're back at it. But it was a great flight.
When you walk around for an hour or so chatting with the guys, is that football talk or is it just kind of hanging out talk?
No,
what do you learn?
No, it's talking about the game. That one's talking about the game. Yeah, you're just with defensive guys, you're talking about calls and different things and how guys played and all that. Offense, it's more like big picture and where we're at and just kind of getting a feel for what they thought about the game and giving each other crap.
Anyone particularly exuberant or anything after a game like yesterday?
Ernest.
Yeah. Well played. Good call, Brock.
Yeah. Well, you kind of see that on the field. I mean, he is – we saw it in the second half of last year. I like the fact he's not having to wear that big elbow brace. And he talked about his knee, not really being 100% last year. And we talk about the D-line. We can talk about Spoon. We talk about all these guys. But, man, what's it like to have that voice in the middle of that defense really owning all of it?
Well, I told him after the game, just, his leadership is a big part of us having success on defense and our football team. And I think with Ernest, he's being himself. And I love seeing that coming out. I think it's very raw. It's very it means a lot to him. He has, and our team has put in a ton of work, great work together, and we have goals and standards, and he's going to hold us, to account on that. And he's going to hold us to that standard, and we need guys like that.
I heard you mention in the postgame yesterday that it was a tough week for Riq Woolen, and then came out and played a phenomenal game. Some questions throughout the week about whether he would start or what that would look like. When you say it was a tough week and he responded well, can you take me through that a little bit? What did that mean? What happened over the course of the week leading to a really great day?
Yeah, I don't think you need to overplay it. I think it's also symbolic of our team. We don't get the result we want. Well, okay, was our process the right way? We're always going to tweak. Learned that from my dad, his golf swing. We're going to tweak stuff all the time, and we did that last week. There's some things we changed up, and I think Riq's the same way. Just let's focus on our process. Overall, we felt it was good, but let's stick with it, try to make it better, and let's get a good process, good result this time, and try to focus on that every week. And I think if Riq keeps doing that, he's going to keep stacking good performances, and our leadership on our team is really important too. It's not just me shouting orders from a balcony. I mean, we're in this thing together, and our players are, they have a relationship where we can kind of scrimmage things out with each other and make sure we're doing the right things all the time.
How about the guy on the other side, Josh Jobe, who, again, Brock said, what'd you say, Brock? One of your favorite players on the field yesterday was Josh
awesome.
Jobe?
Yep.
Yeah, I saw the same thing that you guys did. He had a tremendous game. He's tough, physical. He's played the ball well late in the down. Played a tremendous game. He really did. Deserves a lot of credit, and I'm happy for him. All this guy does is work and try to be attention to detail and prepare, and doesn't have a lot to say for it, which is cool. I mean, that's his personality, and he's playing really good football right now.
I remember, speaking of plane rides, Mike, back in the day, we would take a plane ride in college and we would get handed tests, paper tests, right? The linemen on their protections. No, on the way to the games, right? That was usually kind of the last exam. And, I think that was an old Don James into Jim Lambright. And, guys would take tests and then have to turn it in to their position coaches and in the different schemes and stuff. Do you guys, obviously not on paper anymore, if you were to ever do it, it's probably on the iPads. Do you guys ever quiz or test guys on scheme and rules and such?
Yeah, we do. I mean, we basically leave it up to the position coaches and the coordinators on how they want to handle it. It's kind of a methods, principles things. You want to make sure the guys are confident and clear on what they're supposed to do. But how you get it done, it's really up to the coach. But we have coaches that do tests. We have coaches that do reminders. We have coaches that do it in person. It's kind of all over the place, but we're getting the same thing done.
So I kind of asked that to frame the question because we failed as a show unit, just full transparency in our process. The four of us did not know the rule off yesterday.
I love hearing that, by the way.
Yep, whether the ball was touched or not, it was going to be still live in the end zone. If you were to have tested the 70 guys on your roster, everyone on practice squad, on the active roster, do you think 70 guys knew that rule yesterday?
If I gave you a number, I would be making something up. I mean, I know this. I know Jay does a great job at teaching the rules. I know Brian. Talk about hey, we totally planned this. Literally, Brian's plays of the week presentation on Saturday. Literally, we did it on Saturday this week to the team. Was sideline recovery and the rules of a sideline recovery, which came into play on that play. And I know I was thinking about the coaching points when you're looking at the replays of George recovering the ball, and so that was we definitely planned it that way. Great job, Brian.
Can you help me with that part of the rule? I think I understand the kickoff part of the rule, the recovery part.
Yeah.
Why was he definitively inbounds versus?
I think he had control of the body part without touching. Yeah. So.
Because it happened quick. I was actually a little surprised they didn't spend a little more time on the TV broadcast.
I was too.
Going through whether or not he was clearly in bounds or not.
Yeah, I thought it was going to. I thought it was going to take longer, frankly. But I felt the same way.
And if he goes out of bounds, then what? It's a touchback at that point?
I believe so.
So that's a huge
touchback
play.
based off where the ball hit, I think.
Wow, what an incredible moment in that game. And yeah, I do wonder how many more moments like that we'll see. I mean, how hard is this new return game for the returners when the ball bounces in front of them?
Well, you used to say, like, when you're on a kickoff team, hang time was actual hang time of the ball because that's extra time that you can run down the field. Now, your quote-unquote hang time is when you get to start running out of your stance. So now it's when the ball hits or when it hits the runner. So that's how you're trying to increase hang time now, or you're trying to maximize it. Well, okay, the guy has to return it when it's on the 1 yard line. You're going to try to put the ball at the 1 to maximize the amount of time your guys can run down there. So different ways to do it. But hit low balls does create a challenge for returners or guys or teams that just do one returner, and now you can put it anywhere. And now he's got to get all the way to the numbers and catch the ball. Well, now he's not in a running start. Well, that's part of your quote unquote hang time too. That if the guy can catch the ball moving forward, that's a tick that really matters in that play.
I think Sanchez called it a dirty kick, like in his analysis of just like, hey, don't give him a normal ball. That thing kind of came off a little different, almost like some of Dixon's punts. Does Jason, is that kind of a point of emphasis of the different also kind of kicks that he needs to kick?
Yeah, it's a great point. It used to be just that the punters would be the ones that hit all the different types of. Sam Cook in Baltimore for the longest time had like 17,000 different punts that I was always amazed that he could pull off. And Dicko's a lot like that too. He can. The guy's amazing. But now with the kickoff the way it is, I think that's what we're going to start seeing is different types of kicks based off of the skill set of the kicker, and it's easier said than done. Like there's pretty big penalties for not hitting the landing zone and balls going out of bounds and things like that. So there's a risk reward to it as well.
I love this story about Renegade. I'm into it. That you guys played it over the course of the week. And when it played yesterday, it was your team who responded probably more than the Steelers did. That's supposed to be their song in that environment. What brought you to trying to come up with a new plan to get around it or to own that moment?
We just felt like it was important. This is a stadium that we haven't been to that I had a lot of experience in, so I understand like what happens. And it's kind of like when you visualize, like the power of visualization, when you can see, your brain goes through the process of going to do the things you're supposed to do and executing. I think it was a similar thought. It's just the guys understanding what the atmosphere is like, how they operate. That song always comes on like the fourth quarter at some point or in the second half, and let's be ready for it. Let's take advantage of it. Let's try to turn the tables in our favor as best we can. And look, our guys did a great job. It just happened in that drive. We went down and scored and Sam had a heck of a play. We jacked up the protection. PQ had a free run at him, and he made a miss and made just a tremendous play with him and AJ. We went down to score. So that was a critical moment in the game.
One of the things that I think we all enjoy very much, Mike, is just hearing some of the process behind the scenes, especially when it comes to these decisions on fourth down. The camera on you, as they typically do, the head coaches, as you got to make that decision on fourth down near midfield, and you punt it early, and it pays off with a stop and get the ball right back at midfield and go for it later with the play action pass that unfortunately went the other way. Were those close either way, numbers-wise, process-wise, into some of the decision-making process there?
They were. The inches one is more straightforward. But when you're talking about a full, like a one and change, there's always nuance to it. I thought we made the right decisions, and I felt confident with our decision last week. I think you put all the inputs into it. You gotta live with the process of like why you decided those things. You gotta live with the consequences, and it's easy to kind of kick yourself when it doesn't work. And same thing this week. We're going to be aggressive on fourth down. We have to be. That's the way the NFL is going. You got to take advantage of these drives. You got once you get the ball in plus territory, you got to figure out ways to maximize points, and that's a great way to do it. And one time, sometimes it is to maximize points. It is to punt them deep, and to try to get another, a 3 and out or two first downs and out. And we ended up regaining possession at dang near the same spot, but we ended up punting it, and that's really that's one of the most optimum results you can get. So that worked out in our favor, and AJ's sneak that worked out in our favor, and obviously the 4th and 1 with the movement play. We're going to keep being aggressive. It was a play we liked going into the game, and probably against that look, we probably want to get out of it, but that's something we'll go back and go to the drawing board and come up with a better play next time.
What are we watching right now with JSN and his growth from last year even to this year?
I'm a broken record with the process thing, where it's like, this is the guy that we were looking at. We saw the whole offseason, and we're trying to tell everybody, but I don't know if everybody was listening. But I think now you're seeing the things that we've been seeing really for 2 years. I mean, since we've been here, the things we've seen of him being able to do. But there's a lot of nuance and detail that I think that he's gained to his game and the routes, and a lot of it's from the system that we're running. I know Coop and Frizz and Pete's have been just a tremendous help to him, and there's just the chemistry he has with the rest of the offense, especially Sam, I think is showing up as well.
Just an unbelievable body control,
Yeah.
From my perspective, Mike, of just watching it and watching receivers that just have a total sense of tracking the ball, even the deep ball, right? It's a beautiful throw, but he just knows when to lean into that DB at just the right moment to create just that amount of separation. And as you said, you call it nuance. Some ways you can coach it. In some ways, don't you feel these receivers you see that just have that innate sense and innate ability with their body to do things others can't?
Yeah, well, one, you're right, Brock, but I think it's both. It's both. It's understanding how you can use that stuff, use your body control. We talk about like our style is we say shocking, but shocking really is like, hey, take me into your world about how this thing comes to life. Everyone just sees a great receiver, but like what I think is fascinating, and what I think that we take pride in here is, hey, if you're a fan, wouldn't you want Jax to kind of take you into his role about how he runs a certain route and all the things that go into it, and all the little details and all the little reps that have been stacked, and how guys play him, and what DB he's going against, or what coverage he reads it, and how he needs to speed his route up, and how many steps is it, how that marries with the pass protection and what Sam's seeing. I mean, all that stuff is just it's so cool. When it comes together, man, it's really powerful.
The running back spot we spent a lot of time on last week, and last week Charbonnet seemed like he was the guy who was able to fit a little bit better. This week, obviously Ken has just an unbelievable game. Why would one running back have a good week and then the other one would have a better? Like, where does that come from? Is it fit? Is it matchup? Is it dumb luck? Like, where does all that come from?
It's interesting. I mean, look, it's this is why you don't make crazy decisions after one observation. Like after the first OTA, you change quarterbacks. That's why you don't do that.
All right.
Look, we got two great backs, and you've seen Sharps at his best. And look, frankly, there wasn't a lot of space for Sharps yesterday. He didn't have a great. We got to do a better job at giving him more space and opportunity to do his thing. As was K9 in the first game, and why that happens, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things at play. It's how they're playing it. Did the defensive structure we played for the Steelers. Now going into the game, if you would have told me that it would have worked out the way it would have, I probably wouldn't have believed you. I didn't. It wasn't like, hey, K9 is going to be way better against this defensive structure than Sharps. It doesn't really work like that, I don't think. But what's important is that these guys get ample opportunity, and they're going to be great backs for us the whole year, and it's important that you share the workload as well. And I'm happy for both guys. Sharps has the capability to play in every snap the whole game, as does K9. But that's probably not the best for the team right now. And but happy for K9 in his game. He's been working really hard. He's been working through his foot, obviously, and he had a lot of success yesterday and iced the game there on that run. But Sharps is doing a lot of great, even though the pressure wasn't there, like the pass protection stuff, third down stuff, getting the run forward as much as it possibly can, whether or not we block it the right way. I mean, that's important stuff to keep the ball moving forward, taking care of it, mean, those are all good plays as well.
Well, just since we're talking running back room, we talked about Helani's great play on special teams. You got your two running backs. Can we talk about Robbie Oots and the bowling ball block and what he brought to the table yesterday as well?
Yeah. I mean, I know that particular, position, that particular block, KP, Kennedy Palomar, our running back coach, has been working with him since day one. And the art of contact is really important, and how he reads it, and all those reps that we've stacked throughout the offseason of, how you're reading the flow of the play and really seeing it like the runner is really important. And on that particular play, it that's how it played out versus that front and that run. And it was just really cool. It's great to run. Great good old fashioned lead plays. It's a great football play.
Sure is. E. Greenwright, 93 Blast, the 05 Super Bowl team, I think ran that 6,000 times on their way to the Super Bowl. Mike Macdonald Show, by the way, presented to you by your local 76 and Conoco stations. Fuel this show each and every week, and we appreciate that. Hey, a quick little football 101 just for me. Sanchez was on last hour kind of replaying the game and reviewing it, and just talked about the stick-to-itiveness of Clint. Because this is now back-to-back weeks, Mike, just, where these linebackers you're playing against, whether it was Queen or D. Winters or Warner, are so fast to trigger, and have hit some of that outside zone with all of their fast flow. What does it take for a Clint to continue to stick to that, knowing that, okay, you know what, they're going to win some of these battles, but ultimately we may win the war, to help them run out of gas sideline to sideline or set up some of that play action and movement? How difficult is that to do as a play caller, to just have that patience and stick-to-itiveness?
Yeah, it's a great point. I think it's critical. If you can't hang your hat on anything, if we're not going to be able to hang our hat on wide zone, then we're going to be in trouble. And so I think when you watch the tape too, I mean, it's gonna be fun today to go over with the guys. And really, there's a lot of plays out there for us that we need to play better as an offensive front and runners and all those types of things. And when you do coach your linebackers, it's not easy for them to, you do understand the risk of playing it really fast. And there's a lot of movements off the back door. There's cutback lanes, so. To pull the trigger, you do have to read it the right way, and there's been some plays where you got to give those guys credit as well. They're really fast, talented players on the backside that made plays, and there's some of them that we can execute better and get them blocked and spring runs as well. So there's a give and take to it, but you're right. There's going to be some plays where, it's not going to look the right way all the time, and we want to minimize those to the best. We're not in the business of letting defensive make plays on us, but we are in the business of running our offense, and there are opportunities to set plays up as well.
On the other side, we spent a lot of time talking about the pressure you've generated, the secondary. How about just the guys up front, and specifically thinking about Murphy and Williams and Jaron Reed? Right. How do those three guys specifically complement each other in a defensive line?
Well, I think you're seeing with our defensive front the chemistry that they've built, and when you have guys that rush on their own independently, it makes it really, really difficult to attack quarterbacks and attack protections and have an effective rush unit, because there's more than 4 gaps, and so you have to play off each other a lot of times in a 4-man rush. AD, CP, Hines, they do a great job of coaching this thing. Those guys. I love, again, talking about shocking. You'd love for someone to be in our defensive line room as they're talking about the rush plan and how they execute it and how they play off one another and what the rules are and how we set things up. It's really fascinating. They do a great job, and the veterans have really bought in on how we're going to rush 4 as 1. And I think you're feeling that right now. And I think if you went to go ask the guys right now, they'd probably say we need more quick wins as it is. We got to win quicker to affect the quarterback and let us play some more aggressive coverage. But yesterday, I think rushing cover worked pretty well.
That was Mike Macdonald, who joined us yesterday. Really good stuff from him. Enjoyed that interview yesterday, and great to see the team now at 1-1. Some fun texts here. Maybe we'll get to a few of these coming up in just a little bit. Plus, the Mariners are going to start their big road trip, so we'll talk through that at 7:30, and we'll have Jeff Passan today. Before we get to any of it, Brock's in next. We've talked a lot about Mike Macdonald as a coordinator, as a schemer, but it does sound to me like he's growing into being a coach. That's next. It's Brock and Salk here in your home for the Mariners playoff push. Yeah, that's right. Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
You needed to see that from Kirby. You needed your bullpen to just have kind of like a day off, so no one's stressing out there.
One of the biggest reasons that you were able to do that on your homestand, it's that bullpen. You want to talk about the recipe that works for winning, certainly heading into the final 2 weeks, but also in October, it's that kind of performance from your pitching.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
It's G. Scott. School's back and it's rally time. Time to rally around the campaign to keep kids healthy. Kids need fruits and veggies to grow strong and stay focused, but for families on tight budgets, that's not easy. Safeway and the Washington State Department of Health have teamed up and need your help. Every dollar you donate at Safeway checkout helps families in need. And with SNAP Produce Match, they get twice as much for the dollar. Next time you're at Safeway, please donate to keep kids healthy.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with cherry berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Brock Heward here. Taking the First Mark Insurance Challenge could save your family a lot of money. It saved us thousands. First Mark works for you. Searching the carriers for lower rates and better coverage. If that sounds smart, go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Mariners fans, it's time to bring the noise to T-Mobile Park. This lineup is loaded up and locked in from every moonshot.
Now Raleigh obliterates this. How far? Way back there.
To every how in the world did he catch that moment?
And Julio makes the catch. No fly zone in full effect.
Be here as the squad shuts the door and lights the W.
Munoz looking for the final out. Here's the stretch, and the strike three called, and the ball game is over.
This is our house.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Be here for the stretch run at T-Mobile Park. The Mariners' final homestand of the regular season starts with 3 straight value games against the Rockies, September 23rd to 25th. Then don't miss a star-studded showdown against Ohtani and the defending World Series champion Dodgers, September 26th to 28th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Out here, pets are always by your side, watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike Heward. Not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
253 says Geno threw his first pick last night, and I just applied the Larry Salk rule. I turned off the TV. Turns out it works. Geno did exactly as expected and threw a couple more picks. Thanks, 253. That's pretty funny. I stuck around to watch it more for the entertainment value, but either way, you're correct. We'll dig into that a little bit later, Brock, at 8 o'clock. We do have Jeff Passan with us today at 8:30, Daniel Jeremiah with us at 9:30, so a lot of good conversations to be had. But I thought we could start this morning, because we'll get to the Mariners a little bit later at 7:30. We spent a lot of time talking about Mike Macdonald as a schemer, as a coordinator. You've called him a disruptor, obviously, many times, and I think for good reason, all the ways he's kind of come to Seattle with the goal of disrupting what's happening elsewhere in the division and some of the offenses. But, some of the question marks were, how do you take the philosophy, the scheme, the personnel, all the things that he's done and turn into the head coach, turn into the leader, turn into the motivator, turn into the manager of people around him. And it dawns on me that yesterday in talking to him, we heard quite a bit about all three of those things and a little look into who he is as it comes to some of those other parts of being a head coach. This jumped out to me. The Renegade story jumps out to me. Right? We talked a little bit about it yesterday, but if you're not familiar with this whole story, the Steelers play Renegade, the song by Styx, sometime in the fourth quarter in a big moment, and it fires up the crowd, and everybody goes crazy.
Yeah. Come on now, Styx.
Tommy Shaw.
Come on now, Styx.
Dennis DeYoung. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Listen to that beat. It's like that heartbeat.
There is no beat. It's just him singing. It's a cappella right here.
Oh.
There's a little beat.
Oh, shut your mouth.
It takes a minute.
I heard that beat.
I thought you meant it was going through the whole thing.
No. Oh, okay. No. It's all right there. That's the beat of the Steeler Nation.
Is it?
65,000 in the stands. Yes, that feed the black and the gold on the field. Gosh, it's coming with one build up.
Anyway, he played it throughout the week and at key moments during practice. And when they played it at the stadium on Sunday, my understanding is that it was the Seahawks sideline that was a lot more amped up than the Steelers sideline was. Some of that is probably Steelers being kind of a random collection of old veterans who have no connection to each other, the city, the coach, or really anything else, and are led in Aaron Rodgers by a guy who doesn't care at all. Not one lick about any of them, not about anything other than himself. So I'm sure that contributes to it. Aaron Rodgers could care less about whether or not they play Renegade or how everybody else handles those moments. So in that way, Brock, I'm not surprised that there was not like a huge reaction from the Steelers sideline. But good on Mike Macdonald for finding a way to motivate his team. And as it turns out, right after it went down, that's when a lot of the best parts of the game happened for the Seahawks. And being fired up, having an adrenaline rush in football can matter a whole lot more than it does in, say, baseball. Here's what Macdonald told us.
We just felt like it was important. This is a stadium that we haven't been to, that I had a lot of experience in, so understand like what happens. And it's kind of like when you visualize, the power of visualization, when you can see, your brain goes through the process of going to do the things you're supposed to do and executing. I think it was a similar thought. It's just the guys understanding what the atmosphere is like, how they operate. That song always comes on like the fourth quarter at some point, or in the second half, and let's be ready for it. Let's take advantage of it. Let's try to turn the tables in our favor as best we can. And our guys, it just happened that drive, we went down and scored and Sam had a heck of a play. We jacked up the protection. PQ had a free run at him, and he made a miss and made just a tremendous play with him and AJ. We went down to score. So that was a critical moment in the game.
That's one of those things head coaches do.
It is. Two things kind of jumped out to me. You don't know the name Trent Bray, Salk, but he's the head coach at Oregon State. Long-time D coordinator there. Was a really good football player there for them. Like a lot of pride in the Beaver Nation and everything else, and had kind of a fairly viral moment, especially in the college football realm yesterday. They're 0-3. They're really bad. He fired his offensive coordinator after the first game. Wazoo, like Oregon State, just tumultuous, difficult situation that they find themselves in. And he was asked, and one of the reporters was really digging into him. Not like Brian Kelly with one question or, just one shot that gets fired. This reporter kept digging and digging and digging, and ultimately was like, do you even like being a head coach? You even want to be the head coach? And you could just see Bray's reaction, like, oh, just enough. I'm not even going to answer that. But I do think that there is a part of it when you're an esteemed coordinator and you're very good at that. Elevating to that head coaching position, Salk, is hard.
Peter Principle, right? I mean that is the Peter Principle for anyone who doesn't.
It is.
Who's not familiar with that. It says that essentially people get promoted until they reach a job they can't do, and then it's believed to be the problem with bureaucracy because everybody gets stuck in that job they can't do, and soon enough, everybody in the bureaucracy does a job that they're not capable of doing, and if you move them all down a rung, it would probably function a whole lot better. Yeah, I think that's a great example on the other side of this. From what I can tell right now, Mike Macdonald is embracing the next role of being a head coach and not just a coordinator. I think you see it there in his motivation. I think we've seen it in his managerial style. I got to tell you, it jumps out to me talking to him, not just yesterday, but every time we do so, how often he takes a question and manages to mention a few of his assistant coaches in the answer. Here was one on Robbie Oots, but here's where it goes.
Yeah, I know that particular position, that particular block. KP Kennedy Palomar, our running back coach, has been working with him since day one.
That was one of about 3 or 4 times he did that yesterday.
Yes. Yeah. I think just, more, we said this in training camp, just a little more comfortable in your skin the second time around the sun. Right? The first year, you're just trying to figure out who you are, what your voice is. By the way, playing that sound like Pavlov dogs, kind of training your people, that's very popular in the college realm too, right? Wisconsin with their jump around. Oregon does their song at the end of the third quarter. I know that those consulting services, Salk, work. Dan Lanning probably, and Phil Knight have probably been the tip of the spear with that. Chip Kelly before Dan Lanning down there at Oregon of really, hey, how can we go outside the box? How can we have a theme to each and every week? It's a big part of what Dan does, and he does it with music, and he does it with psychology and those things. And, yeah, I think don't you feel when you sit with him that there's more? I know last week was a little bit of frustration, but don't you feel like there's more control of the entire operation?
Yeah. And
last year, he even said that to us, like, golly, I got to be better with, everybody in the building, not just my scheme and play calling and players, but everybody, coaches, personnel, front office, organization. That's the job of the head coach, and why it turns over so much. It's really hard to do all of those things well. Really, really hard. But it does feel like he's climbing that learning curve with more and more experience.
Well, so you give him credit, right? we know he's a good coordinator. We know he's got a philosophy. We know he's got the scheme. We know he's got an ability to tell John what he wants to bring in the right personnel. In the last week, though, or two, and just heading into this year, I feel like I learned more there about his motivating ability. I think we learn a little bit more about his managerial skills with the coaching staff. And then the last one is just leading the team and simplifying it and giving them a sense as to what he wants. And I think we're hearing some of that as well. I mean, a year plus in now to the Mike Macdonald regime, I'm starting to, there are some phrases that are crystallized, right? Shocking effort, 12 is 1, chasing edges. I mean, like there's 3, but you could probably come up with a handful more of things that are important to Mike Macdonald, and he repeats them over and over again. And I think that element of leadership is probably very effective. If you can keep repeating the same phrase and explaining what it means, I love the idea of shocking effort. I mean, I love that. I said it to Cecily last night as we were heading to practice. It's like, hey, one thing Mike Macdonald said today was give shocking effort. And like I do like the idea of your effort showing up to the point where someone's like, whoa, that person is really trying hard. Like there is something to that, especially on a football field. So,
question. Was that up at the Crack and Iceplex?
As a matter of fact, it was. Yeah, we were just heading
great.
up to the Crack and Iceplex for a little practice and talking about shocking effort. But I told you, I've been quoting you as well, and Ray Roberts. I've been giving Cecily Mike Macdonald, Ray Roberts, Brock Ewart. You know what the 3 quotes are?
No. Yes, I know with Ray, right? Effort without intent is just recess.
Practice without purpose is just recess. Practice without purpose is just recess.
Love
that. Shout out to Ray Roberts.
Right.
Mike Macdonald gives shocking effort. And Brock Ewart?
Excuses are for losers.
No, that's Mike Heward. That's a different. That's the wrong Heward. No, don't tell me how competitive you are.
Yeah.
Show me how disciplined you are. So yeah, those 3 quotes have been right at the forefront of the conversation. All right, we'll come right back here. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, and then talk some Mariners. Some Mariners as they head off here for their final road trip of the season. It's your home for the first place Mariners, Seattle Sports and SeattleSports.com.
Watch live high school football. This Friday, it's the Seattle Sports Game of the Week, presented by STSPN.
He's in! Touchdown!
Friday night, Seattle powers collide when O'Day visits Seattle Prep at 7 p.m.
The senior comes up with a big INT.
Watch the game exclusively on the Seattle Sports app, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and SeattleSports.com.
Intercepted!
See the full 2025 season schedule at SeattleSports.com/high school.
Yeah, I know. We all love summer in the Pacific Northwest, and fall is right upon us, but fall's great too. Fall's got the leaves falling. We've got pumpkin spice. We've got great food. We've got a chill in the air. We got football, and you know what else? We've also got a great time to reset your workouts on some new stuff. Top Fitness got some great deals going on right now. I've told you for years that working out in your own home gym is the very best. And from flooring to everything that goes in that home gym, treadmills, ellipticals, strength training systems, well, my friends at Top Fitness, they provide it all. They represent the very best brands available too, like Washington's own Precor, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and you know what? They'll do the rest. Give you a complete fitness room design. And right now, get 0% interest financing and mention you heard it from me and receive an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. It's no secret why everyone from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. They got locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
In today's competitive world, standing out isn't optional anymore. I'm Rusty George, and my agency builds websites and marketing strategies to help builders, manufacturers, and material suppliers get louder, get noticed, and bring in new customers. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Hi, Seahawks fans. Steve Rabel here for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Lung cancer is one of the deadliest cancers in the U.S., but early detection can make all the difference. If you're over 55 and have a history of smoking or a family history of lung cancer, you may qualify for a life-saving screening. So join us at Seahawks Crucial Catch Game on October 20th. Virginia Mason Franciscan Health will be offering lung cancer screenings before the game. Spots are limited, so check out vmfh.org/Seahawks to see if you qualify today. With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafi from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Ed, who suffered a neck injury in a highway pileup.
Had a bulged disc in my neck. It was pinching my spinal cord, so reached out to Rob. It was amazing. Their whole team were honest and kept me informed, like they were actually interested in helping me, not just a number. I'm very pleased with the outcome. I would definitely choose these guys again any time of the week.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends at PCF Construction. It was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, PCFgroup.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Final road trip starts tonight, Brock, and by far the most important one. A couple of decent teams, too, that have playoff aspirations, but you also don't have that full 10-game trip to the East Coast. It's just 6 and more to the middle of the country. 3 games in Kansas City, followed by 3 more in Houston. And, you'll get it started with the guy who started the season. Logan Gilbert goes tonight against Michael Waka in the first game here of 6.
No real excuses for this one, right? I did quote the great Mike Ewart, excuses are for losers. There's no excuses for this one. At a Sunday afternoon game, took care of all 7 at home, all the goodwill. Got to rest a little bit, have dinner, take a later flight to Kansas City, get in there, have all day yesterday to eat barbecue, to relax, to take in all that is gorgeous Kansas City this time of year.
Gorgeous.
And, not an opponent, a little bit, a stadium that you've had some success in. Let's go win this series. I'm not talking about go sweep them. Just go win this series. Go take 2 or 3 and get yourself down to Houston with a whole bunch on the line.
Well, the Astros did knock off Texas last night, 6-3, so they moved to within a half game of the Mariners in the West. Texas falls to 3.5 back, really 4.5 with the tiebreaker. I got to tell you, it's going to be pretty hard. Not that they couldn't come back from that, but they're putting themselves in a position where the Mariners really feel like they are a likely playoff team, and then you'll see what happens with the division. That's why I said yesterday I'm much more concerned about the Tigers than the Astros or the Rangers. And the Astros yesterday lost Yordan Alvarez again. He's got an ankle injury this time. It did not look good. We'll see if he can return, but Mariners are in prime position as they get this started tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
So injury news for the Seahawks, a little up and down, I guess. Well, so there was good news yesterday with us. I mean, he said Witherspoon nearly was able to play on Sunday, that was at least a possibility, which raises the possibility that he could play this week, which I think is really good news. Mike, on Nick Eamon-Wari, there was the conversation that maybe he would go on IR. I think that was even the expectation. He didn't. And yesterday, Macdonald said that he could practice this week.
Yeah, incredibly good news. Another guy that, you'd like to see practice, especially being a rookie. So we'll see here. I don't know if we'll see if he's ready on Wednesday or possibly Thursday to get some reps.
So I think that's good news, right? But then he had his press conference and didn't sound as good.
I don't have a full update. We had some things pop up this morning, so probably have some more info for you on Wednesday or Thursday as the week plays out, but it wasn't as clean as we initially anticipated.
What do you think that means?
Well, remember it was last week we came out of that San Fran game, and I said to you, gosh, look at how banged up they are. And really you didn't, other than Eamon-Wari, you didn't lose anybody. And then on Wednesday, well, Spoon's out, Love's out. Didn't practice really for the majority of the week. So, yeah, get ready to see some names on there that even though they finished the game, that adrenaline comes down, that long flight home, and that is a long, long flight and everything else. Get ready to see a name or two that is going to be, whether that's Derek Hall, that we know got banged up.
He seemed to think Derek Hall would be okay. Actually, he kind of downplayed it on Derek Hall.
Sundell. Yeah. Somebody else that we didn't really
That's my guess, is it somebody you didn't even notice, and you're like, wait, that guy?
Julian, groins are hard. My gosh, that's a difficult injury, especially with the position that he plays. It's not all of a sudden going to snap your finger and feel better because he was able to go. So, yeah, that Wednesday injury report's going to be a little eye-opening, I think.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
3 picks last night, Brock, for one Geno Smith. And those might not even been his 3 worst throws of the game. Brutal sacks, even threw the ball away on 4th down. You probably don't want to do that, but probably the play that felt most familiar to Seahawks fans was this one.
3rd and 15. Pressure again, down the middle, end zone, shot, Karam, and intercepted. Off the Karam. He tried to find Myers in traffic.
That's what you call a red zone pick, Brock.
You know what he had last night, Salky? A lot of TWPs. Do you know what TWPs are? A lot of TWPs.
Throws without purpose?
Close. Turnover-worthy plays. He put the ball in harm's way a lot.
Yeah, there could have been a couple more picks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he had 3. It could have been 5 or 6.
Yeah, I tweeted last night. I know we'll get into this a little more with some of his quotes in that story, but I did not find myself enjoying watching a finesse, shotgun-driven, pass-first offense. I don't know about you, but a lot of eyes on Geno with that thing, but golly, it was just after watching tight ends and fullbacks and being reminded how fun the game is when you do run the ball, when you do move people against their will, watching that finesse operation.
Not a fan.
That was not an enjoyable product for me.
No.
I think the Chargers are probably the perfect mix for Lyle, right? Because they want to run it. And Greg Roman, you saw his big old call sheet up there. Like, he's always been known to understand leverage and strain and line of scrimmage, but they also are explosive. And Herbert's arm, man, if I did not enjoy watching the Raiders offense at all, man, every time Herbert throws, it is fun to watch.
Is he very Matt Stafford-like?
There's some Matt Stafford. A little bit taller. There's kind of some Dan Fouts. There's some Matt Stafford. There's just like the Warren Moon.
He's going to have to win something before I buy it.
Ball comes off clean.
I know, but he's going to have to win something at some point. Like, he still just never won anything. Going to have to win something. Maybe this will be the year. We'll see. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Tampa beat Houston earlier in the night. Not really sure what's going on with the Texans. They were supposed to be really good and building and kind of gone the other way.
Yeah, CJ's. Instead of coming out of the draft, there's a lot of Geno to me in CJ. You know, just accuracy, very good thrower to the football. But, man, you got to have a supporting cast. And his line's turned over. He's got no run game as he did his rookie year. And, yeah, it's fallen on him, and he has taken a beating.
I was enjoying the heck out of that game last night, man. I really was. I was enjoying that big old grin on my face.
You feel a little bad for Pete, though?
For Pete, yeah, I did. I do. You know I love Pete.
Yes.
But I think you know me, and pettiness and hate will always trump love in my book. So I think you could tell where I was thinking.
Don't say this all after 17 years
What?
together. Don't say that.
What?
We're partners in this thing together.
I know, but you know how petty I am.
I don't like to hear you say that pettiness and hate
will trump love.
Stop.
Well,
no, it does not.
No?
No, it does not.
I mean, sports hate, not in real life. I mean, not in real life.
So.
You know I'm kind of petty. I don't think I've ever made a secret of that, right, Maura? I'm pretty clear about my pettiness.
Yeah.
I own it. I'm pretty petty. Of course you know that.
I know that. I know that.
I'm not trying to hide it. I think most people are petty, and people who aren't are lying to themselves. Like, I think that's kind of natural. Am I petty about watching a guy like Geno, who I don't like, do poorly? No. Yeah, doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't even bother me a little bit. All right, Mariners are heading out on the road, Brock. This is it. This is the final test. Can they beat the final big boss of road trips? That's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
You're looking at all the websites and all the baseball stories out there, and you couldn't get away from Judge hitting 2 home runs and Judge tying Joe DiMaggio, and I couldn't help but wonder, is Cal slipping in the MVP race?
Cal needs to have a big surging couple of weeks here to drag some of that conversation back, to create that narrative talking about how valuable the catcher is, and I 1,000% agree with him.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
It's O-Rewards Member Appreciation Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Up to $100 in bonus rewards available at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports at 97.3 FM HD2.
You ready for this road trip, Brock? Are you ready for the big final test for the Mariners as they head off on the road, which has been their bugaboo here in the second half of the season? They've only won one road series, and yet, as they head out there, I don't know, call me crazy. I know this sounds going to sound ridiculous.
You're crazy.
I know, I'm crazy.
You got a dart in you.
I know. We're talking sticks. We're talking a lot of old school this morning. There's been a good conversation going on behind the scenes about music. Call me crazy. I'm not I know this sounds, you know what, I don't even know if I should say this.
Oh, boy.
This might be too dumb to say in the air.
Okay.
And that's saying something for me.
You've said a lot of dumb
I've said a lot of dumb stuff, yeah.
Not intriguing. Guy's just not intriguing. Kind of know what he is.
Shut up. I'm not 100% convinced that the Mariners' struggles on the road have anything to do with them being on the road.
Oh.
How's that for a take? I'm not 100%. I'm not saying that I'm 0% either. Like, there's obviously something to the pitching. The pitching has been significantly better at home than it is on the road. There's no denying that. The ERA difference is gigantic. And for like 3 or 4 of their starters, like the difference is really marked. So I'm not saying that I'm 100% convinced that they have nothing to do with each other, but I'm not 100% convinced that their struggles on the road are just because they're on the road. I think some of them have just been the, vagaries of baseball and the ups and downs over the course of a season. I'm not convinced of that necessarily. And if they struggle on this road trip, if they go 1-5 or 2-4 on this road trip, I throw up my hands and say, you got to be kidding me. Because it does not feel in any way to me like that is what's about to happen with the Mariners. If it does, as I said yesterday, then look, it's on you. Like it's on them. If they can't close this thing out with a mediocre Texas team that's faded away again and a mediocre Astros team that just lost Yordan again, like, come on. Like, you don't deserve it if you don't get there.
Yeah,
but I think they're going to, because I'm not convinced they're a bad team on the road. I think they've just had some of their bad stretches coincide with times they've been on the road.
Well, what's perplexing is, and I think it's much more concrete, again, whenever you make any concrete, definitive comments in baseball, gird your loins, because you're about to be kicked there, because baseball just does that to you. But the pitching one, I think there's some fairly concrete evidence, and it makes sense logically. Like, you get away with more in your own ballpark. You can be more aggressive. You can throw strike one that much more, because it is a big, spacious park where the ball hangs a little bit. You got a guy in center field that's Gold Glover that runs everything down.
Sure.
Play in some of these other places where you don't have some of that advantage, makes it a little harder. Got to nibble a little more. You really have to execute every pitch, because mistakes get pounded. And I think some of the pitching numbers showcase that. Hitting, I'm kind of with you. And it really hasn't mattered on the road who they've faced, what park they've been in. It has been so mercurial on the road that you just kind of. I
mean, they've scored 38 runs in their last 2 games on the road, or 28 runs in their last 2 games on the road. So I don't know.
And before that, it was, it was like 12 different starting pitchers that owned them, no matter where they were in their career or what kind of years they were having.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing too is, unlike football, Kansas City Royals don't play sticks after the 7th inning, right? You don't get, this emotion. There's, in many of these parks against some of these teams, you've had to bring your own juice. We talked about that going to Baltimore to start that road trip way back when.
And Kansas City, I mean, that'll probably be pretty dead. We can ask Passan about that. Obviously, he lives there. We'll ask Jeff about it in an hour. I think when you go to Houston, there'll be some liveliness there, assuming they don't get swept by the Rangers here. Like, I think by the time you get there, there'll be a little liveliness in that ballpark, but I just don't think they're that good. And I think the Mariners are going to go in there and just show that they're the better team. I think they're going to just show that they're the better team.
Okay.
360 says facts don't care about your feelings, Mike. That's fair. Again, the number, I admit it, the numbers are clearly on the side. But the thing with baseball is that those numbers, even over the course of a season, that home road thing I think it can still be a small enough sample size. And I know that sounds maybe a little ridiculous, but I think it's a small enough sample size.
Well, before this 5-13 swing in these last 2 road trips, they weren't horrendous on the road.
I know. That's why I feel like, okay, they had a couple of bad road trips. That doesn't mean they're a bad road team. Their pitching on the road is clearly an issue. I'm not trying to take that part away. But didn't we go through this a week or 2 ago and kind of look at Major League Baseball this year and how teams are doing at home versus on the road? And when you look at everyone's road numbers, at least as of like a week or so ago, there wasn't one team in the league better than 4 games above 500 on the road. And I'm kind of looking through it again, and it still kind of looks that way. You want to look at the division leaders. The Blue Jays on the road, 38-37. The Tigers, 39-36. The Mariners are 31-41. So, okay, that does stand out. Not going to lie. But a lot of that is the last 2 road trips.
8 under in the last 2 road trips.
That's right. Well, okay, you take that away. Just do sort of play 500 ball. The Phillies, 2 games over, 39-37. The Brewers, we said, were the outlier. They've been great everywhere, 43-32. And the Dodgers are below 500 on the road. The Dodgers are 36-39 with their $900 million payroll. They're 36-39 on the road. 36-30.
Where are the Rockies?
On the road, they're pretty good. They've won 18 games. They're 18-57 on the road. The Rockies, by the way, are going to get to a negative 400 run differential. They're at 397. I have been enjoying that chase to see what the Rockies get to in terms of their run differential. It will end up being over negative 400.
And those are the 2 teams that you get to face as they go on the road to wrap up their seasons and come into your park, which just further highlights your opportunity here to just take care of your job, take care of your business, right? These pitching matchups aren't what some of them were on the previous road trips. these are teams, and obviously Kansas City is a whole lot better than the teams you just got done playing at home. And Houston, and you know that building, and you know that what comes with it, and you know it will be loud in that final road series for you of the season. So deal with it.
Alex Monroe notes that the Etsy witch does not care about the home versus the road. The Etsy witch cares not for these things. The Etsy witch, Brock, is agnostic.
I saw the costumes. I saw the kids.
You like that?
To the old people wearing the witch hats. Not really.
Which way to the playoffs? Come on, that's pretty good. Which way to the playoffs? I like that.
Did you hate the Wizard of Oz growing up, Brock?
Yes.
Oh gosh, did I hate that witch with the flying monkeys on the bikes? Did I hate that lady? Yes, with her nose and her wart and all of it, 100%. More that lady scared the daylights out of me. Dun, 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 dun.
I mean, she was scary, but I loved the movie.
Don't even play that theme music. I'll still get scared.
Really?
Yeah. Hide under the table here, Maura, if you find that witch music. That better not be the Etsy witch. Nowhere near any of that. So who's got to deliver, Salt? You got your eye on a few people on this road trip in particular in these matchups. Is it Logan tonight who's going to get the ball to start it?
The pitching is it's always the pitching. You know how
he's going to get the ball to start it. He's going to get the ball to end it.
Yep. I mean, you know how I feel. Pitching. Like it's always more about pitching than anything else. You got to pitch. If you want to win in Major League Baseball, you got to pitch. So that will be number one for me is just the starting pitchers. If you're looking for guys in the lineup, I mean, the guy for me right now who seems to be in the center of all of it is Jorge Polanco, which is just unbelievable considering what he did and didn't do for the Mariners last year. I was thinking about Jorge. I found myself thinking about him the other day and I'm going to ask Passan some questions about him because we've talked about him this year, but probably not enough. You pointed that out the other day, Lyle, and I can't disagree with you. You're right. We probably should have talked about Jorge even more this year and what he's done. He's played in enough games and done well enough to get his option for next year. I mean, like it's incredible what he ended up doing, kind of getting back to the salary that the Mariners said they didn't want to pay because it wasn't worth it based on what he did last year. Is Jorge Polanco the lesson learned from Teoscar Hernandez and others? Is he the lesson learned? I know people don't like my take that sometimes it's just baseball and people just that's really hard for people to understand. You want a reason for everything. And I get it. Like I understand that desire. But why didn't Jorge Polanco play well in his first year as a Mariner? It's just baseball. I mean, some of it was injuries, obviously. The guy was hurt through a lot of that year, and they didn't manage it particularly well by running him out there at second base every day. But that wasn't the entire situation. He had a bad year. Maybe it was adjusting to a new ballpark. Maybe it was adjusting to a new organization. I don't know exactly what it was. I don't think they know exactly what it was. But he had a bad year. And rather than pulling the Teoscar move of cutting bait immediately, they said, you know what? Let's try it again. Maybe it was just a bad year, and the next year is going to be a good year. And guess what the next year was? A really good year. And they had a better plan for it, thankfully, because what we saw in spring training was a joke. The idea that he was going to go out there and play third base every day was a terrible plan. And hopefully that was never really the full plan. Hopefully that was always going to be temporary until Ben Williamson was ready or whatever, because that was a bad plan. But credit to them. They adapted, overcame, and improvised, Brock, as you like to say, and they came up with a new plan. Let's play this guy at DH most of the time, and occasionally we'll let him play a little second base when we need to. And that gave you the best version of Jorge Polanco. And that has been, I think, one of the major keys to this season is getting a healthy and really effective and productive Polanco.
Yeah. Or maybe it's adding Naylor and Eugenio to this thing and taking some of that burden of responsibility, and he's not hitting second and third because there were even a couple rough months this year where he started so lightning fast and then another one of these valleys, and then what is it? Is it getting fully healthy? Was there something going on there? Right? What is it adding some people around him again just to kind of take some of the burden? So did you look at last night I was watching the Astros and the Rangers kind of following along. I mean, again, if Jorge is a great example, and it's front and center with us, the Mariners did everything they humanly could possibly do for Dylan Moore. Everything. Right? They protected him. They tried to still play him. They gave him abundant grace. Right? They loved on him. They didn't get rid of him in any foul way. They even did that right. But it was broken. Like he could not hit a baseball here over the last 3 months. And then he goes to Texas. Have you seen what he's done in Texas? He's got a higher WAR in Texas this season than he did for you.
It's unbelievable.
Salk, he's hitting in Texas. He's played now in 12 games, small sample size. He's got a 932 OPS. He couldn't hit here. He was totally done.
Yep.
So is it a change of scenery? Is it taking some of the pressure off? Is it Booney there that just instills and believes in him? Has an advocate? Like, what is it?
I don't think it's anything. I really don't. And I know people want to ascribe. There we go. Oh, poor Brock. Oh, he's hiding. He's hiding under the desk. Maura, you've made him hide. We need him back.
Turn it off!
Poor Brock.
Oh my gosh.
So you didn't do like Dark Side of Oz when you were in college and play Dark Side of the Moon over that?
Oh, no.
No, that wasn't a part of your life.
She was hideous, that role. She was so good in it, whoever that actress was. And those flying monkeys on the bikes.
So I assume you didn't see Wicked when it came out this past
Michael.
year?
No, I did not.
That wasn't a part of your to-do list? No. Good text message says, if Polanco was the lesson learned, then explain Garver. Fair. I mean, you're right. Maybe there are no real lessons here. Although I will say, as a backup catcher, Mitch Garver's been pretty productive this year, especially against righties, or against lefties.
Against lefties. Yeah,
he's been like a better than average hitter against lefties.
Yeah.
He's been pretty good. Like, what is it, 125, 130 OPS plus or WRC plus? Like, he's been 25, 30% better than average against lefties.
75% worse versus righties.
Well, he hit a pretty big home run the other day.
He sure did.
Still don't understand why he was hitting in that spot, but it worked. Because everything works. Because nothing matters, Brock, because Dylan Moore can go to Texas and be the best hitter on the team for 2 weeks.
Don't you quote Metallica on me. Okay, don't you do that.
Because nothing else matters. I was more quoting Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, but either way, I suppose that works. We'll talk to Jeff Passan coming up at 8:30. A lot more Mariner conversation to come. Right now, let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
It's on one. What's with all the cadence? It's on one. Why so much cadence?
Sorry.
I mean, do you even use your head with this stuff? Do you even think?
Don't think, just do.
Clearly. I mean, you have to think a little. Question number 1, Brock. What Seahawk caught your eyes? Pro Football Focus. Dave Wyman did not enjoy. What?
Yeah. One guy that me, PFF, and Mr. Wyman
pretty unimpressed with.
It showed some promise throughout training camp. Showed some great promise in the preseason. We wondered, right, would this be kind of like the same conversation? These guys up and down a little bit. Is it now going to turn the corner? Is this the right fit? And it's early. It's 2 games, but some of the warts are kind of showing themselves, and that's your right guard. That's Anthony Bradford. And Dave Wyman goes back and watches the tape, and I love that about him. And Gray Zabel, by the way, did not grade out as well in week 2 on the road against Hayward and some of the company that he had to deal with there as he did week 1. But Anthony Bradford was even lower than Gray Zabel, according to the PFF guys. And I think what drew some of the ire of Dave Wyman, some of my ire at times, is, what do you call it? Shocking
effort.
Shocking
You want to
effort.
play with shocking effort.
Can you play this cut from Dave Wyman, cut number 11, talking about the lack of shocking effort out of one lineman?
Zabel, the difference is that still, just to my eye, Anthony Bradford doesn't go back for seconds.
Yeah.
And whereas Zabel does. And, or, looks for more work or looks for, what else can I do? So, I think Zabel looks great. It's obviously a much better endorsement hearing it from Mark, who, won some Super Bowls playing that position. So it was nice to hear that. And then, the 2 tackles, I didn't really notice. I didn't think they were there wasn't that much, to grade off of them. I thought they looked good, though. They were moving people. And that's the thing. Last year, if you would have looked at the same offense at this time of the year, nobody was moving anyone off the ball.
Nope, that's true. And PFF, by the way, really like Cross. Once again, he's having a terrific start to the year. Abe, super solid start. Gray, as I said, week 1, a little better than week 2, and home and road and whom you're playing and scheme you're playing plays a role in that. Sundell was solid. I think Sundell graded out even higher than Abe and Zabel. But you got one guy in there, Salk, and it's a challenge with his size. right? It's the reason why when you look at this scheme, there have not been many 330-pound, and I don't know exactly what Anthony is weighing right now, but it's hard. He's a power guy. He's a power guy more than he is a speed, short area quickness, conditioning guy, as much as they have to run, as much as they move, and that outside toss and all the shape you got to be in. So got a little eye on that. That's got to continue to work and get better. You love his power. You do love that. He brings that. He's kind of like Suarez. It's kind of boom or bust, right? But the rest of the guys, there's a little more continuity and consistency of movement. That will be worth watching here as we move forward.
It's weird. I'm surprised that not doing anything about that hasn't paid dividends yet. Question.
Oh, did you see the Vikings O-line? Oh, you see the
That
Bears
didn't look
O-line?
great either.
Yeah, you see these groups that quote unquote did a whole lot with these veteran guys.
Yeah,
They look pretty putrid.
We'll see where that goes. Question number 2. Sam Darnold, 12 of 14 for 169 and a touchdown. Where?
Middle of the field. You said it yesterday that's one area, especially with Russell, because of some of the vision issues. Don't tell him that. He never had vision issues, Salk. He could see everything and anything all the time, especially after the nano bubbles. He was just fine. But the numbers were pretty clear that no, you love to throw at the numbers, and you love to throw deep, and you love to do those things and do those things unbelievably well in what was at one time a Hall of Fame career here in Seattle. Geno sprayed it around a little bit more. But this system with JSN and Cooper,
Geno liked to throw, use the big arm to throw outside.
He did.
Like I can throw these big outs, which he can.
Sure.
I mean, he's good at that.
And he absolutely, totally capable of doing so. Sam Darnold, I think, knows personnel as much as anything else. Sam could throw it to the number. Sam could throw it outside as well. Sam's got plenty of horsepower, but he really likes to throw between the hash marks. And just like anything, if you build your defense in hockey, or in basketball, or in baseball, or in football to be strong where? From the inside out. Then some of the best ways to attack that, if you're capable of doing, is from what? The inside out. You can get those gimme hitches. You can get those go routes on the perimeter. You can certainly take advantage of things on the outside. But where's the strength of Sam's game? Where's the strength of your personnel right now? Cooper Kupp is amazing at feeling space between the hashes. JSN, we talked about his body control with Mike Macdonald yesterday in those areas and his short area quickness, off the charts. And you even got tight ends in Arroyo and A.J. Barner fully capable of taking care of the middle of the field. So that was a huge, huge strength Sunday. And if it continues to be, that's a wonderful way to take defenses apart.
All right, question number 3. We heard yesterday from Mark Sanchez about sequencing, from Mike Macdonald about process. How is this different? What are we seeing in the offense now compared to last year?
Yeah, I think the last couple coordinators, and I heard this a fair amount, and maybe it was just after the fact, but I heard it from a fair amount of folks over there that they were just what you call Rolodex coordinators. Here's a recipe box coordinator. Like, oh, I kind of like this recipe. Oh, I kind of like this play. Oh, I kind of want to do that. And that's not this guy. And you see that plan, whether it's process, whether it's sequencing, whether it's one call builds into another call. As Sanchez said, it's like, okay, I'm going to call this because I know on this drive I'd like to get to that. Okay, we're going to run all of this toss, and off of that, with all these linebackers moving, Salk, and all of them pulling the trigger so fast, guess what? We're going to have some bootleg off of it and some things that sequence off of that. We're going to show this motion, as Jake Bobo talks about, or this alignment, and we show you one thing, and then we build from that and build another. Yeah, I think over the course of the season, it's going to take some time. It's not a finished product at all. I loved Sanchez's analogy. In fact, I used it on a show later in the day about, hey, man, that is the junior baseball team that's played together for years and years and years, and that being the Green Bay Packers, and they get to high school and they dominate because they have so much time on task together. Yeah, it's hopefully going to continue to grow and develop over the course of the season, but you won't hear me saying Rolodex coordinator. That's just not Kubiak. That's not what he's been in for 20 years in his career. His father built it one way. Shanahan built it, to sequence, to process, to build on play after play after play, and hopefully we see that really play out in 2025.
All right. That is today's Blue 88 every morning at 7:45. You bring up an old movie like Wizard of Oz. I can't help it, but I started the show this morning at 6. It's just a quick tribute to Robert Redford, who passed away. The news came out early this morning. I love Robert Redford. He's great. The Natural, obviously, is I mean, so handsome, right? Just a ruggedly handsome dude.
I know Tom Selleck got a lot of credit too, but to me, Redford was always much more handsome.
Oh, absolutely. In terms, I mean, it's not even close. What? I don't even think that's different eras, I guess, but.
Different eras.
I mean, are you a Butch Cassidy fan? I love Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. It's one of the great Westerns ever. I mean, you got The Sting, and I love Sneakers is a great movie. All the President's Men. We're just kind of going through some of them earlier, just some of the great Robert Redford roles.
What was the one with Demi Moore and
Indecent Proposal.
Oh,
I didn't even think of that. That is, he's great in that.
Oh,
isn't he?
Such a brutal movie.
I know, but he's so good in it. He's such a great actor, and obviously eventually created the Sundance Film Festival and named it for the Sundance Kid. So just a quick RIP to one of the true acting legends in Robert Redford. 89 years old, so it's not necessarily a huge surprise, but still a huge bummer to lose Robert Redford. All right, coming up, Geno Smith. Yes, Geno Smith had a lot to say about Seattle in an ESPN story that came out yesterday. Then he went out and played football last night. We have more on all of it next.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Out here, pets are always by your side. Watching the herd, running fence lines, or asleep at your feet. Pets are some of our favorite customers. When you bring them along to Tractor Supply, we'll always have a treat waiting. And with our price match guarantee, you'll always get the best price on their favorite food, toys, treats they love, and pet meds to keep them healthy. Tractor Supply, for pets out here.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Switching bath soap from sandalwood to tropical essence? That's glamping in the rainforest. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway near SeaTac. Tolling September 29th. Free Good to Go sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
Rain is coming. Is your roof ready? The rainy season is approaching fast, Seattle, and 3 Tree Roofing has your roof replacement covered. Get $500 off by scheduling your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com. Their professional installers guarantee a seamless replacement this rainy season. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Happy 40th birthday to us at Pacific Power Batteries. Since 1985, we've learned that our customers seem to appreciate product knowledge and helpful advice about anything battery related. At Pacific Power Batteries, we like to sponsor smaller community causes and teams because they have a real community connection, sort of like a battery to a starter. Does that make sense? I'm Steve Alman, and all of us hope to connect with you soon at one of our Pacific Power Batteries stores.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I can see clearly now. It's amazing. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper. You're never going to develop a cataract. I'm somebody that needed readers in every room of the house. I needed to see the scoreboard out at ball games. I just couldn't see clearly. That has all changed thanks to RLE. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to point you in the right direction. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Toyota of Kirkland's service department has you covered as the summer winds down and the fall approaches. At Toyota of Kirkland, be confident in your brakes with the complimentary brake inspection. Get winter ready with a free battery health check, wiper blade installation, and multi-point inspection. Thinking of trading in? Get a complimentary vehicle appraisal. Stay ahead with the maintenance service plan at $374 plus tax. And yes, they match coupons from other local Toyota dealers. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com to schedule your service today. Drive safe, drive smart with Toyota of Kirkland.
O'Brien.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward is my hero.
Computer just punched me in the kidney.
Who's going to do you on morning?
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is the show that has my name on it.
It's kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Hello!
I love the timing of this. Geno Smith had a lot to say about Seattle and his time here with the Seahawks in an interview he did for ESPN, a story by Ryan McFadden, who I assume is their Vegas Raiders reporter, similar to Brady and what Brady does here. I'm not positive about that, but he is. Good. Okay, so there's a lot of quotes here from Geno Smith. And, obviously you can take these, I'll read them so that you know what Geno had to say, and then we can discuss it, Brock. You saw what he did last night and the egg that he laid, but coming off a pretty good performance in game one and probably feeling pretty good about himself. Here's what Geno said. Vegas is perfect for me. Me being a Miami kid and how I was raised and act, I really didn't fit the culture in Seattle. I really didn't fit the culture in Seattle. Then he says, I finally got my team. I always felt like I was trying to replace Russell Wilson in Seattle, and you can never replace all the great things he did. So I never felt like Seattle was my team. Also, I didn't feel like I fit the aesthetic of the Seattle organization. The Raiders just fit me. Okay. Smith.
I will say, he looks pretty good in the silver.
Does he?
Just the look. Yeah. He fits that uniform well.
Smith says he never thought Carroll would leave the Seahawks, and the decision to replace Carroll with Mike Macdonald made him question his future with the club. Shoot, if they let him go, they let Russell go, the writing is on the wall, Eventually, they're going to try to find someone younger, which every team does. I wasn't mad at that, but it was more so how they were going about it. Like the honesty of it all. I felt like they were trying not to tell me what direction they were going. Okay, there's another one from Geno.
Okay.
Smith says he wanted to remain in Seattle for the long term, even though his biggest supporter was no longer in the building. At the same time, he wanted clarity on his future before the start of the 24 season. Smith said he had a one-on-one conversation with Seahawks GM John Schneider about the direction of the organization. He expressed a desire for a new deal. He had 2 years left on the 3-year, $75 million contract he had signed in March. I think that's a fair question to ask anybody, Smith said. They didn't have a definitive answer. It was kind of up in the air. And so for me, going into the 24 season, I was like, okay, well, this may be my last season here. I literally had a playlist called The Last Dance. I wanted to go out there and give it my all for my teammates. In Seattle, he said he felt his personality wasn't accepted by everybody. Like the police? Not my teammates, but I for sure felt like it rubbed people in the front office wrong way because of the way I carry myself. But that's who I am. I mean, imagine Kobe Bryant. He spoke his mind about how he felt. Those are my idols. Michael Jordan and guys like that who were unapologetic about how bad they wanted to win. If it rubs somebody the wrong way, good. Those aren't my people. Those aren't the people. I'm sorry. Those aren't the people I want to go to war with. I want people who really go die about it because that's how I am.
Thoughts?
Where would you like to start?
How about from the end back?
Okay.
How about being Kobe, putting yourself in a class of Kobe and MJ? Just mentally. I mean, just mentally.
Don't tell me how competitive you are. Tell me how disciplined you are.
Yeah, and you know what else?
Show me.
They won.
Yeah, like they won. They got to do that. You've never won a freaking playoff game in your life. Shut up.
He hit the shot against Georgetown. He
right.
Won. Michael Jordan wasn't that way coming into the NBA. He had to grow into that. He had to win. He had to be the MVP. He had
to earn it. You have to earn the ability to act like MJ and Kobe. You have to earn it. You have to be great. You can't be the 20th best quarterback in the game and throw picks in the red zone every time and never win a playoff game. You got to earn it if you want to act like that. And I get it. Like, I understand the comp he's trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to earn it.
Yeah.
Absolutely learn from those guys. I try to learn from some of the best in the game. But remember, we used to hear this from PDs all the time. Well, how come I have to pay attention to the clock? Howard Stern doesn't. Cool, put up Howard Stern numbers and you don't have to do it either.
Right.
Like, you're not him. You're not Kobe. You're not Michael Jordan. You're Geno freaking Smith.
You're not Mike Greenberg, okay? You're
I'm
not. Colin Cowherd.
I know. That's true. So the idea that, I mean, shut up, first of all. That is just dumb. Those are just dumb quotes. They really are. Like, why would you say those things aloud?
Yeah, I do see some of this and have through the years, this Mamba mentality.
Ugh.
Like, I'm so stubborn. I'm so competitive. You don't want it as bad as I just,
Got to do it.
Kobe did it. Kobe, played with a torn Achilles. Kobe got up and worked out 3 times a day, starting at 4 a.m. Like, again, don't talk about it. Be about it. Show me that.
You remember the story I told you about Kobe from Jay Williams? Remember that story? It's a great story. Jay Williams. I hosted a show with Jay Williams one time, who was awesome. He was really fun to host with. I really enjoyed him.
You were Mike Greenberg. Yeah.
Well,
I do remember that.
No, it was like a Saturday at 2 a.m. So I don't know whether I thought I was Mike Greenberg or anything, but it was fun. I was hosting with him, and he was telling me a story. I think it was off the air. Maybe it was even on the air. Who knows? About when he was young and he just gotten into the league, and he's like, it was just me on one side of the gym and Kobe on the other. He was there when I got there, and I came in. I started shooting, and he just wouldn't leave. And I was there for hours. And I'm looking over I got to go, but I can't be the one to leave. I came in after him. And finally, after 4 hours, and he's like, all right, man, I give up. I'm leaving. And Kobe wouldn't leave until he left.
That's right.
Yeah, Geno, that's not you. You're a good player. You're a starting quarterback in the NFL. There's only 32 of them. But you're not Kobe Bryant. And you can't. And if you act like him and it rubs people the wrong way, no kidding. Mm-hmm. Also, it
has been teammates, not just the front office.
That's right.
A lot of teammates respect you, and you're a tough sucker, man. And you compete your butt off, and there are certainly, absolutely teammates that respect you. There's also ones because of that attitude, like DK, that want to punch you in the face, right? That just have a really hard time with that.
I mean, two of them did. I mean, 2 teammates actually did punch him in the face. One in Seattle and one in New York. 2. I don't know that many teammates who've been punched in the face by 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
Now, far be it from me to criticize. I've rubbed some of my teammates the wrong way over the years, and they've written really nice pieces about it. But, I mean, 2 guys have punched him in the face.
Mm-hmm.
And then this whole idea of like, well, I wanted clarity and I wanted them to commit to me. You weren't good enough to commit to. You have to go prove it because you've never won a playoff game. And if you want the big meal, you got to earn it. Yeah. You can't just order it. So I don't know. I saw all this, and Maura, thank you for sending it over yesterday. It definitely got me laughing. I do agree that it was hard to replace Russell Wilson. I'm sure that was a challenge, but fortunately, everybody everybody around him poisoned the water. Like
welcome to Mike Macdonald's world about replacing Pete Carroll.
That's
right.
I
mean, come on. This is the NFL. This is what you do.
And the whole time Mike Macdonald's trying to do that, what are you doing? You're running back to the back door to talk to Pete Carroll. Mm-hmm. God, this is such pure, unadulterated garbage you're getting from him. Just spin zone. And then the fact that right after I read it, he goes out there, throws 3 picks, has a horrendous game, doesn't get in the end zone once, and gets beat by the Chargers the way he did on national TV. Yeah, it's a little chef's kiss.
And by the way, like, you didn't follow Russ after 4 and 5 years. Where Russ has been to 2 Super Bowls and won one. You followed Russ when he burned every bridge there, including the bridge with Pete Carroll that nobody else, even Richard Sherman, couldn't burn completely. Right? Like, come on. You got to follow at a time where teammates had such a hard time with that dude. They couldn't wait for somebody else to lead them. And, oh, by the way, lastly on this, and I've heard this from multiple sides of the story, they offered him a deal. Like, they were very open with him. He and his people, kind of like his stubborn Mamba mentality, just didn't even answer the call. Like, I'm just out. I'm just done. Like, didn't even answer the other end of it because, well, remember, in training camp, he was so burned, Salk. He had to sit out a few days.
Right.
He was so bothered.
I forgot about the time Jordan did that. I forgot about the time Jordan just didn't show up because he wanted to prove a point. Come on.
Kobe.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just not going to show up to camp. I just got to show everybody that I'm that good. That they really need me. Yeah, those guys won championships. You haven't even won a playoff game. Those guys hit big game-winning shots. You throw end zone, red zone picks.
Yeah, this one got you.
Yeah, it did.
This one got you.
But I kind of loved it. I'm not going to lie. I kind of loved it. I saw it was just like, yep, that one's going to work for me.
Way to go, Maura.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. To celebrate the start of football season, the guys at Harley Exteriors are offering no interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off. And take another $200 off your entire project. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY. Or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. Is your siding ready for the wet season? Call 866-ROOF-ROOF for James Hardy Siding. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us.
We get notifications every time we get a review. And I said, how do you not let it eat you up? Sometimes I feel so responsible. And his answer was, I just look at it as an opportunity. We need that feedback to learn and to do better. I'm grateful for the feedback.
Big part of sales is the relationship aspect. People want to do business with someone they can trust, who's a real person. They don't feel like you're just going after their money. And when you take the time to get to know them, get to know their needs, not be a car salesman, but be a consultant, then they feel more comfortable with you, and just the experience is better on both sides.
It's not about closing deals. It's about opening relationships, helping people make the right choice. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, live in Seattle, performing at Climate Pledge Arena September 25th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. The Who, for the very last time. The song is over. For more, visit thewho.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Cal has hit more home runs than any catcher in the history of the game of baseball.
The Mariners are in the hunt for October, and now's the time to pack the park and bring the energy.
The look in by Brash, the fail pitch on the way, and it's strike three called. He got him looking.
We're electric. I feel like the fans can feel that, and we're just going to keep this going.
An absolute tracer from Julio. He has homered in back-to-back at-bats.
Keep bringing the energy. We really need it. Let's go.
Out to right field. Way back there. J.P. Crawford. Game winner walk-off fashion in the ninth inning.
This team has a lot of fight. You guys have been electric. You guys are a key to this, so thank you guys.
The postseason is in our sights. Be here and be loud. Mariners baseball. Seize the moment.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, final road trip, Brock. It starts tonight. We're going to be talking with Jeff Passan about these Mariners here in 15 minutes. It goes Logan Gilbert and Michael Wacha in the opener, and an opportunity for the Mariners to maybe break open this lead a little bit. Al Leiter was talking about them on MLB Network.
Early on, maybe on these shows with you guys, was I saw the Seattle Mariners as a team that would easily represent the American League in the World Series. And I know things went sideways through August, and you know the alignment of their pitching and their hitting. I look at their raw talent, and I see now, obviously, with this great winning streak, that's a scary team, especially if this is where they're going with respect to getting the hitting and the pitching and the pen, all of it coming together. I think that club could be the one that scares me the most if they are the wild card or the last wild card team that goes in.
There's no doubt. If you get the Mariners of the last few weeks, they're as good as anybody in the league. If you get the Mariners of the previous few weeks, then they're going to be one and done in the postseason if they get there. You just don't know what's going to show up.
You get the Logan Gilbert that pitches at home with a 2.13 ERA, Salk, and nearly unhittable. Opponents hitting $150 off him. Awesome. You get Logan Gilbert on the road, who's got a 5.29 ERA, who's given up 56 hits in 51 innings and a 271 batter's average against. Not a good deal. But he gets the ball to start it. He gets the ball to finish this trip. So if we talk about anybody that's got a say in this thing, right? Like you've said that repeatedly, and I think rightfully so. It's on you. It's on you guys now, right? You don't need any help around you. No matter what happened the first 150 games, man, you're in pole position. And you got the ball in your hand, and Logan's going to get it as he did the opening day.
Yep.
As he's going to get it the opening of the series, the close of the series, and let's hope old Walter comes out.
Be nice to see. Just to set the scene a little bit more, Houston beats Texas 6-3 last night. They moved to within a half game of the Mariners, half game back. Texas now 3.5 back, really 4.5 with the tiebreaker. So the Mariners are in pretty good shape, at least for the wild card for sure. As for the Astros, they also lose Yordan Alvarez yesterday. He has an ankle injury.
Any update on that?
No, I haven't seen one yet.
I guess he was on crutches.
Didn't look
and a
good.
boot coming out of there. So his spikes just slipped on the plate. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
That ankle went the wrong way.
Completely turned his ankle.
Yeah,
over.
that didn't look good.
Yeah.
So, again, I wasn't that scared of the Astros anyway. You take Yordan out of there, I don't know that they have the horses to get it
Salk,
done.
you're not scared of anything.
I'm not scared of the teams behind you, no.
Salk, you got that Mamba mentality.
That's just me.
You just ain't scared of anything.
Yeah, that's it.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Injury news, let's check in here for the Seahawks. Mike Macdonald told us, he gave us a little bit more on Devin Witherspoon. I thought this was a positive update.
I don't know. Close. I know this. If he could have played, he definitely would have. I know he really wants to be out there. What's the best for him and the team definitely wasn't. It became clear probably on Saturday that unless he took a turn on Sunday, which wasn't out of the realm of possibility, then he probably wouldn't go. So it just when he went out there and worked out, just didn't turn.
Does that at least make it a possibility he could go this week?
Yeah, I think so. I think hopefully he'll practice. Going into 2 weeks now, hopefully he'll practice at some point. But I think he's probably still a guy that you could take all the way to the game. But it's not really a great model to abide by.
Yeah, so I was surprised by that, to be honest, that Witherspoon was that close. And then you get even maybe more surprising news on Eamon Worry.
Yeah, incredibly good news. Another guy that you'd like to see practice, especially being a rookie. So we'll see here. I don't know if we'll see if he's ready on Wednesday or possibly Thursday to get some reps.
Yeah, and we'll see, because he went on further than the afternoon, saying some things showed up that, over the course of a Monday as guys come in. And maybe that was Spoon, because he went through a pretty darn full workout Sunday, Salk, sprinting and running and cutting and doing all that. And maybe that knee just did not necessarily cooperate and swelled back up. So we'll see. All of it's speculatory until Wednesday's practice report. But there will be a bunch of names on it, a bunch of guys certainly not practicing on Wednesday, and we'll see how many will be available come Sunday versus Saints.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, we read you some of the quotes from Geno Smith's most recent interview that he did with ESPN. Maybe you had an opportunity to see him play last night.
Smith on the move, scanning as he's seen a bit open. Now he just chucks it way downfield, and it's going to be intercepted. Trying to find Thornton. Tony Jefferson stepping in tonight.
Now, the last thing, so I'll play you the Geno sound.
Poor Chris Fowler. Chris Fowler. U.S. Open to multiple college football games to now an NFL game, fighting that cold hard last night. That's no position any broadcaster wants to be in, Salk, nor any team that has a quarterback that just puts the ball in harm's way over and over and over and over again.
Especially, and his offensive line didn't do him any favors. They struggled.
They're not very good.
Even without Khalil Mack in there, I mean, they were really struggling last night. The thing is, Geno will take responsibility, but for whatever reason, it always felt hollow to me.
The first play of the game was a play that we designed. We had an open guy, let him a little bit too far out front. Ball gets tipped up, gets interception. A play that obviously you want to have those plays back. You can't. I mean, it's the reality of it. Took a shot to Dante, before the half. I thought he had a safety on him, thought he had a shot. I gave him a chance. Obviously, it didn't work out in our favor. So, again, those are things that I got to learn from and be better at. Anything that doesn't look right out there, you put that on my feet, put that on my shoulders. I feel like I got to be a lot better for our guys. I know I have to, and I will be.
Don't you feel like we've heard that before?
Mm-hmm.
I liked it. I mean, obviously, it's better than the alternative. I mean, I'll take that over Aaron Rodgers blaming everybody around him, but I feel like we've been hearing it forever.
Man, just watching that game too, like it was, I know you were watching the Geno. I was just watching like the offensive end of it. And I've got mad respect for Chip Kelly. And, Chip Kelly was a possible candidate here as a coordinator. Some thought that would be a good match with Mike Macdonald. Not that Chip Kelly. Sitting in the shotgun the majority of the game, very little creative run play. I mean, tried to get Genty the ball in multiple different spots, but there's no moving of people at the line of scrimmage, no real commitment to leverage and pad level. And yeah, watching that just absolutely fortified my belief that I don't know if this is going to work this year. I don't know. It may be, a real learning curve to climb. It may take a lot of time with this new system and all the details in it, but sign me up for this one with the young offensive line that you've got to grow into a system that will move people against their will versus any of this just shotgunny, finesse, Rolodex stuff. No, thank you.
All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Bouncing back and forth is a great time to be doing sports radio in Seattle. There's no doubt about it. Seahawks 1-1, coming off a nice win. And, of course, the Mariners, winners of 9 straight games, heading out on the road for the start of this final road trip. 6 games on the road, 6 games at home, and then hopefully playing a lot farther into October after that. We've been talking to Jeff Passan about them all year. We'll do it again next here on your home for the first place Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Now that's how you do it.
He's going left side. He's got some blocking. He turns upfield. He's down inside the 5. Touchdown, Seahawks.
He is so athletic, Salk.
An impressive road victory in Pittsburgh.
Seahawks, I thought the better unit in all 3 phases.
Can they create some momentum?
We said we need to make a big jump from week 1 to week 2. I feel like we did.
This is where the conversation lives.
It's exactly what you wanted to see.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, guys, now is the time. Today's going to be really, really hot, but after today, this is probably the last gasp, and then it's going to start getting cooler and cooler, chillier temperatures, less daylight, right? We're going to be inside. You're watching football. You're watching the baseball playoff chase, and the chips are there. The snacks are there. They're waiting patiently in the pantry. Yeah, you might not be as active as the weather gets cooler as well. Well, don't let that be a problem on the scale this fall. Instead, watch that number decrease. You got the ability to do it, to lose almost a pound a day with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. I did it, didn't believe it really until I tried it, and then I lost 24 pounds in a month, 35 pounds in just 8 weeks. Pretty easy. No injections, no surgery, no fake prepackaged meals or anything like that. You don't even need to exercise. It's all real food that you buy at the grocery store. The Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan, it's all about eating healthy, delicious food with not a ton of sacrifice and really not that hard, especially when you got great upside, great coaching, great accountability as well. Book a time today. Just 15 minutes is all it takes to get started. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Northwest Homeowners, when it comes to your roof, you need a name you can trust. Techline Roofing has proudly served the Seattle area for years, delivering exceptional results and lasting security. Choose Techline Roofing. Your trust is our foundation. Trust Techline.
Open enrollment for Medicare is coming up. Are you ready? Herb Weisbaum, the consumer man here. Get organized early with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit from the Insurance Commissioner's Sheba program. Order your free copy today at insurance.wa.gov.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Toyota of Kirkland's Service Department has you covered as the summer winds down and the fall approaches. At Toyota of Kirkland, be confident in your brakes with a complimentary brake inspection. Get winter ready with a free battery health check, wiper blade installation, and multi-point inspection. Thinking of trading in? Get a complimentary vehicle appraisal. Stay ahead with the maintenance service plan at $374 plus tax. And yes, they match coupons from other local Toyota dealers. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com to schedule your service today. Drive safe, drive smart with Toyota of Kirkland.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Bobby, who was hurt riding the bus.
The bus made a left turn, and the scooter that I was on overturned. Ended up having surgery on my back. So I knocked on the door of Warrior Injury Law, and I thought if anyone could help me with my situation, they could, and they did. They everyday people who work for everyday people. I would recommend this company over all the rest.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Temperatures are dropping, but you don't have to settle for a chilly home this winter. Keep cozy and safe with energy-saving products during Washington Energy's home heating sale on now. Upgrading your home is as easy as $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 off. Take $1,000 off furnaces, fireplaces, and water heaters. $2,000 off high-efficiency heat pump systems. And $3,000 off whole home generators and ductless mini splits. Plus, free financing. Washington Energy Services, your expert resource for affordable home comfort. Call for a free estimate.
Want to boost collaboration and morale in your workplace? Take your team out of the office and into the trees at Bellevue Adventures. Our team building programs combine zip lines, aerial challenges, and problem-solving activities that strengthen trust and communication. Perfect for leadership retreats, onboarding, or just a fresh perspective. Book your corporate adventure now at bellevue-adventures.com. Bellevue Adventures, where teams grow stronger together. bellevue-adventures.com.
Hi, Seahawks fans. Steve Rabel here for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Lung cancer is one of the deadliest cancers in the U.S., but early detection can make all the difference. If you're over 55 and have a history of smoking or a family history of lung cancer, you may qualify for a life-saving screening. So join us at Seahawks Crucial Catch Game on October 20th. Virginia Mason Franciscan Health will be offering lung cancer screenings before the game. Spots are limited, so check out vmfh.org/Seahawks to see if you qualify today.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's a good point to mention to Mr. Geno Smith, who had the unenviable task of replacing Russell Wilson here in Seattle. Russell was booed in his first game back in Seattle.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Just stop with the excuses and everything else. All right, let's talk some baseball. The Mariners are in first place. Yes, first place in the AL West, heading out here on this final road trip. Jeff Passan's been with us for all of it, and he's here with us right now. Good morning, Jeffrey. How are you?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Man, we're riding high. Good Seahawks win on Sunday, and the Mariners have won 9 straight. They roll into your town now. You going to go out and see them in Kansas City this week at some point?
I will be there tomorrow, yes.
What do you expect to see? You know what? Let's start here. Tell me about the Royals. We asked you about them a couple weeks ago, whether or not they were a contender, and you kind of like, probably not, maybe, whatever. Like, where are they at now? Are they still trying hard? Do they still think they have a shot? Have they given up? What should we expect to see from the Royals this week?
I don't think they think that they have a shot, because I think they're frankly being realistic. And if you look at the Royals, guys, it's a marvel they are where they are, considering that their ace Cole Reagans has been on the injured list most of the season with a shoulder injury. Their all-star Chris Bubich out for the season with a shoulder injury. The guy who they signed right before the trade deadline, Seth Lugo, on the injured list. Their number 4 starter, Michael Wacha, who's been awesome this year, on the injured list. And so they're running out of rotation right now that, frankly, just has like a bunch of rookies and Michael Lorenzen. And I think you guys are going to miss Noah Cameron, too, which is a good thing because he's a rookie left-hander. Stuff's not great or anything, but he's got a 2.98 ERA over 127 innings this year. And he can really pitch. So The Mariners are running into the Royals at a good time. They are banged up, and they are inconsistent as it gets when it comes to hitting. And I'm not saying that this streak is going to continue because I'm done predicting anything with this freaking team. I'm done going out there and talking about how they're a World Series contender and then having to walk it back by calling myself bubonic plague. And then immediately after I determined that I was indeed the plague, they go out and win 9 in a row. This team doesn't make sense. I'm done trying to figure them out. I'm just going to sit around and enjoy watching them play baseball.
Would you like to host a radio show where you get to talk about them every day and give assumptions and takes on what they're doing and what it means? Because it's been really fun, Jeff. If you have any interest, there's a position. You could come here and give a take on them literally every day for 4 hours.
There are many reasons that I could not do your job. That might be at the top. Trying to assign meaning to individual games or individual weeks or even months with this team is just, it has to be infuriating because you never know what you're going to get. Guys, last week when we talked, I think they had won 3 in a row, right? Mm-hmm. And you were starting to feel good about it again. And I always judge when I come on this show what it's going to be like depending on what kind of ridiculous streak the Mariners are on at that point. Because it's never just like 1 or 2 losses or 1 or 2 wins in a row. It's like, hey, let's rip off 11 of 12. Let's go 9 straight wins. Oh, let's lose 8 games in a row just because. Why not? Why don't we just try and give our fans heart attacks every day? It is the most nauseating and simultaneously exhilarating ride. And that's baseball, man. And I'm really glad for Mariners fans that I'm not going to say they're there, but they're trending toward what could be a very memorable October.
And if I had told you, Jeff, the old 30 for 30, if I would have told you before this season that old Cal Raleigh was going to hit 54-plus home runs and Josh Naylor was going to steal 30 bags, which would have been a more preposterous thing to possibly happen?
Good Lord almighty. I think Naylor ripping 30 bags, probably.
It really is absurd, isn't it?
I love it. And you know, the part I love the most, it's not like he's going out there every time he gets on base and trying to steal. He's really smart about it, and he's a canny base runner. And the fact that he's got 16 without a single caught stealing so far for the Mariners this season, 16 in 44 games, no less. It's just it's ridiculously impressive. I give the organization actually a lot of credit for acknowledging that this is a part of his game that he clearly takes pride in and is good at and studies and understands as an art. Stealing a base, I remember there was a baseball writer named Joe Cowley in Chicago, and back in the mid-2000s, right around when the White Sox won the World Series, it was spring training, and for all of those, and I assume that's the vast majority of you, don't understand what baseball writing life is like. It's wonderful in every regard, but there is a time if you're on the beat, and I've been fortunate enough to come in at 23 years old as a national writer and never have to cover a team for 162 games. I don't know if I would have the stamina to do it, but at the end of spring training, man, when you're there for 6 weeks and you just want to go home, you coming up with whatever story idea you can. And Joe Cowley came up with the idea, I'm going to try to steal a base off A.J. Pierzynski. And A.J. Pierzynski was not a guy who was renowned for his arm or anything. He had an average arm. He was a very good big league catcher, but average arm. And there was a pitcher on the mound, and he was checking back over and keeping Cowley on base. And Cowley was thrown out by like 5 steps every single time. Now, I understand this is a sports writer. It's not a professional athlete. It's a little bit different. But the point is, catchers are so good. They are so good at getting the ball from out of their glove into their hand down to second base in less than 2 seconds. And think about if you're standing at first base and you can only get so big of a lead, the kind of jump that you have to have, the kind of timing that you have to get in there 16 times without being caught once. That is what Josh Naylor has done as a Seattle Mariner so far, and that is extraordinarily impressive.
I just laugh every time someone like Robles, for example, gets caught stealing, and I imagine them walking like, you got to be freaking kidding me. Like, I could beat this guy in a race by 12 steps on the way to second. How am I out? And this guy keeps being safe. It's really, really remarkable. So, all right, let's talk Naylor. I should have texted you this last night to ask the question ahead of time, and I'm sorry I didn't. But we've been sort of going on and off on whether or not what a Naylor extension or contract looks like. Jerry said this week on the MLB Trade Rumors podcast that it's something they're very open to and would like to do it. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. He's such a good fit for the team, for the ballpark. He says he loves to hit in T-Mobile Park and that it's a hitter's park. I mean, like, everything about it seems to work. What do you think it costs?
So before I answer this question, I just looked this up because I did not know it, and it is so much worse than I expected. There are 568 people on StatCast in the big leagues this season who have had their sprint speed recorded. At the top is Trey Turner at 30.3 feet per second, followed by Bobby Wood at 30.2, Victor Scott, Byron Buxton, Derek Hill, like dudes who can move. 568 players. Where do you think Josh Naylor ranks in terms of sprint speed in Major League Baseball?
562.
Rowdy Tellez.
I mean, Rowdy Tellez is 566. Giancarlo Stanton is 564. Alejandro Kirk is 561. Josh Naylor is 559. Josh Naylor is slower than Salvador Perez. What in God's name? He's slower than Gary Sanchez.
He's got 30 bags,
He's slower than Austin Hedges?
Put some respect on this man's name. He's got 30 bags this year.
Bro, he's slower than Rafael Devers.
Yes.
This is a tough one.
It is.
And here's why it's tough. First basemen don't get paid in free agency, right? Like that's just a reality at this point. First basemen do not get paid. Now, I think one good thing that Josh Naylor has going for him is his age, right? I think he's going to be 28. I'm looking at a spreadsheet right now. Kylie McDaniel, our intrepid baseball insider at ESPN, does the service of making predictions on all free agents. And I mean, like, all of them. We're 100 deep right now, and he's going to keep going. He has Josh Naylor right now ranked as the 18th best free agent in this class. And he has 3 years at $52.5 million.
That is nothing. Yeah. That is just for context. When we brought this up, the first text on our thing here says 5 years, 100.
I don't think it's going to be that high.
But I guess what I'm saying is, like, the willingness of a Mariner fan to be like, I give him $20 million a year for 5 years versus what you hear there is amazing.
Yeah, I disagree with Kylie a little bit. We'll have our disagreements on these sorts of things. I think he actually nailed quite a few of these. Mm-hmm. But I think Naylor, in my head, as somebody who just loves the player and loves the all-around game now, didn't think I would ever be saying that about Josh Naylor, but loves the lack of strikeouts, the bat to ball, the ability to drive in runs, but he's a corner bat without elite power. So in my head, I want to say 4 for 80. right? 20 a year for 4 years. You get him for 2 seasons in his 20s. There's real allure to that. I don't think he's getting 5 years. I just think you look at first basemen, even first basemen who are comparable to him on the free agent market, and they don't get that. I think, and you look at Rhys Hoskins, for example. I think Josh Naylor is a better player than Rhys Hoskins, but I don't think he's that much better a player. When Rhys Hoskins was entering free agency off that platform year, I don't think Naylor's that much better than him. And Hoskins got 2 years for $34 million from the Brewers, rather. So could I see 3 for 52.5? Is that within the realm of possibility? Absolutely. Could I see 4 for 80? Absolutely. But I don't think it's going to take 5. I don't think he gets 5.
Jeffrey, as you look into your crystal ball, 12 games to go. I chatted with our buddy Benetti last night, LT Gray himself. The odds, the opportunity the Mariners have to chase down Detroit, who the Mariners hold the tiebreaker over because of their sweep before the All-Star break. The chance in these final 12 to make up 3 games versus Detroit.
And the way the Mariners are playing right now, who am I to suggest they can't do anything, right? Like, they're just on the kind of heater right now. It reminds me a little bit of Detroit last year. And I know the Tigers or the Mariners this year were not as bad as the Tigers were last year at one point, but they were down bad like the Tigers were. After that great run following the All-Star break, how many weeks was it that they were just playing mediocre baseball? At least 2, right?
3. Yeah, it was probably 3 weeks.
Yeah,
it was all on the road too. It was problematic. 5 and 13 on the road.
I just and maybe this is folly from me, but I look at the schedules, man, and while there's certainly an advantage that the Mariners have playing Colorado for 3 games, and a pretty decent advantage that they have playing Kansas City, even though Kansas City is getting healthy with his pitching right now. And even though Waka looks like he's coming back and Reagans looks like he's coming back, you don't know what you're going to get from either of them. And then Houston, having Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, like, that's rough. And you have no idea what the Dodgers are going to be doing. If they've clinched at that point, are they going to be sitting guys down? The Tigers, on the other hand, they have 6 games against Cleveland. They have 3 games against a pretty, mediocre at best Atlanta team. And then they finish the season with 3 in Boston. So
the Guardians are a feisty little team, Jeff. I'm surprised you kind of dismiss Cleveland like that.
Why do you hate Cleveland so much?
He's from there.
I know.
Is he?
I don't know. We just saw them a week or 2 ago. I'm not saying they're world beaters, not going to make the playoffs, but
I know
they're not a bad team.
No, they're not a bad team. I can't get on board with teams when I look at the talent that they have, and I'm just like, eh.
Well, I tell you what, man, Jeff, I got to tell you, seriously, and I'm not trying to glorify the Cleveland Guardians or anything, but they've got some guys on that team that are good and that care. We just watched 7 straight games against the Cardinals and Angels. The Cardinals might be at this moment the worst collection of talent outside of Colorado I've ever seen. And then the Angels, they don't even have a boss. There's no manager, I don't think. Like I said yesterday, they're like the scene in Apocalypse Now where there's no commanding officer there. They're just firing off in all directions. They don't know what's happening. They've all quit. Mike Trout's striking out 1/3 of the times he's up. We just watched 2 of the worst teams I've ever seen in the last 7 games. So Guardians, I'm not going to torch them. They look just fine.
Who looks fine there though? And that's I respect the hell out of Stephen Vogt for what he gets out of this roster. But when you look at the Guardians, beyond Jose Ramirez,
Kwan doesn't give up. Jose Ramirez and Steven Kwan, just the 2 of them are better than the entire Cardinals roster right now.
Do you know what Steven Kwan's OPS is this year?
Against the Mariners, I think it's 950.
Okay, well, against the rest of the league, then it starts with a 6 because it's 708.
Guy comes up big in big moments. What can I tell you?
The Guardians this year have 2 players, 2, with OPS pluses over 100. And that, includes the bench. You know how you have a bench guy sometimes who has, like a 110 or a 120 because he's a really good platoon? No, the Guardians don't even have that. And their pitching kind of doesn't scare me all that much. Gavin Williams is really good. And Joey Cantillo's been solid. And, Parker Messick, since he's come up, has been pretty awesome. But
enough of the Guardians. Okay, enough of the Guardians. Let's talk about the first place Mariners.
Yeah, that's
enough
true.
Of Cleveland.
Let's talk about Jorge Polanco. Can we talk about Jorge Polanco? We haven't talked enough about him this year, Jeff. We've not done enough to talk about Jorge Polanco, and I haven't run the numbers, but my gut tells me that for all the ups and downs of the Mariners this year, if you needed to come up with something that it was connected to, that there'd be a pretty good correlation between Jorge Polanco being hot and the Mariners being hot and vice versa.
I think that's pretty fair. I'm just looking at splits right now. It's interesting. Jorge Polanco actually has almost as many home runs and losses as he does wins. So, but I will agree with you on this. The Mariners go on heaters when Jorge Polanco goes on heaters, and he's on one in September. He's batting almost 400, and the Mariners, when they had that great run in April, Jorge Polanco was batting 384. His batting average for the other 4 months, 139, 222, 256, 259. And the last couple of months, the slug has been there too. He's had a phenomenal season, and I don't think I was anticipating that, but the fact that he has been out there as much as he has, and I know getting a full season out of Jorge Polanco is a fool's errand, but the fact that they're going to get upward of 500 at bats from him, 500 at bats from him this year, that's more than I would have thought. It shows when he is going right. I think you're absolutely right. The Mariners, they're just this is so weird to say, and I'm still getting used to it. It's just such a dangerous lineup, man. It really is. When Polo is playing like he's playing, and J.P. Crawford is toward the bottom of your lineup, and Randy Arozarena is having a great year, and Julio is going 30-30, and Cal's having, the best season ever for a switch hitter among them, the best season ever for a catcher among them. That's a nasty lineup right there, and you add Naylor and Suarez to that, There's a reason that I was as bullish after the deadline on the Mariners as I was. And it's because they are capable of playing the way that they are right now. And all I can hope is that they're not exhausting all of that right now, and they're saving some of it for October.
So you did an exhaustive story on Cal at the All-Star game. We certainly enjoyed that. I'm glad that story came out. The Julio one we're still waiting on 24 months later from spring training. But you did an exhaustive story on Cal. You're going to walk into the clubhouse tomorrow. You're going to go see them in your hometown. Is there going to be anything more to write about Cal? Is there any storyline that you in particular want to dig into and follow? What will we be watching coming out of that experience?
I just got a call from my producer on Baseball Tonight, and he wants me to do an essay on Baseball Tonight this Sunday. So I will be doing a Cal Raleigh essay Sunday. In terms of writing, I think I'm good. I think I'm more in gathering mode for the postseason right now, where I'm going to be up in Bristol for the wild card round, and then I just head out on the road for pretty much the rest of October. And I'm hoping that one of my trips is to Seattle, so I can see Greg Bishop and punch him for doing me dirty on radio.
Mm-hmm. What is an essay on Cal Raleigh? What does that mean? What does that look like?
That means I get to bloviate for 2 minutes about the wondrousness of the dumper and all of the things that he has done, and why perhaps he should be MVP. And
you know what's not? Can I interrupt real quickly? I'm sorry. You know what's not been told? And I went on a rant last week about this because I chatted with a baseball guy that said of all of this with Cal, and everybody sees the home run and the power and the clutch and all of that. Is there some way to tell the story? And he was like, you have a platform every morning to talk about the beating that he takes. The things that you don't see, the things that we don't get to see. Now, our Shannon Dreyer sits with Cal every week and the Cal Raleigh show, and she does an awesome job with him trying to highlight some of that. But from a national perspective, can you just put into frame what this guy does day to day, the beating that he takes? Jeffrey, in my estimation, he's a two-way football player. He's got to do things that Aaron Judge and some of his peers don't have to do, and in particular Aaron Judge, who he's in this race with. Is there any way in your platform that you have for that essay to try to showcase to the world how much more is on his plate than some of his peers?
Yeah, I think I can do that. I mean, the numbers tell the story, right? Catcher
kind of the bumps and the bruises don't. The 1,600. How many pitches he take? I mean, the numbers do tell the story. Those numbers, but not the ones behind the scenes.
And I think that's the point. I mean, Brock, as much as I would love to sit there and wax poetic on bruises on his leg, I'm not sure that's going to be very good. Unless I get an anecdote out of it, I could get a good story there. I think what I mean by the numbers though is, catcher is the most demanding position in baseball. It's not even close. Catchers play 120 games for a reason, because their bodies are getting beaten up all the time, because they're getting hit by foul tips, because they're getting hit on backswings, because they're blocking balls with their chest and with their legs, because they're getting run into. Like, there are all sorts of perils of being a catcher. And Cal Raleigh has played the most games in the big leagues with 147 among all catchers, and has the most plate appearances by a catcher by 25 over William Contreras. Next closest is Salvador Perez, who's 60-something behind. After that is Agustin Ramirez, who's more than 100 behind.
It's crazy.
Every day, Cal Raleigh posts. And we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Like, shouldn't he get a breather? He doesn't want one. It's kind of insulting to him, honestly. And Mike, I actually thought you were right. I do think a breather would do him good, but not now.
It's
not
too late now.
At this point. He's got a division to win.
There's no doubt. Yeah, the time for that is in the past, not when you got 12 games left. We should be done, but I got to ask you one more question, and quite frankly, it's what we were about to talk about next, so I don't mind going over by like a minute. But if you could do this somewhat quickly. One thing we have barely talked about with regards to Cal is the switch hitter element of it, and that comes up this week as he ties Mickey Mantle. The next home run will break his record as a switch hitter. How hard is switch hitting? Why? It's amazing to me that Mickey Mantle's the only guy who's at that level of home run prowess as a switch hitter.
I think it's because most switch hitters have a strong side, right, when it comes to power. It's very rare that you find a switch hitter who's got the ability to consistently park the ball from both the right and the left side. And look, there have been some pretty great switch hitters, but when it comes to like raw power, it's Mantle and kind of everyone else. Chipper Jones had power, but he wasn't your bopper. Eddie Murray, 500 home runs. Clearly he had power, but it was more because of the longevity. Lance Berkman, a guy who's probably more of a pure hitter than he was a power hitter. Francisco Lindor. I mean, there have been some great switch hitters, but Cal Raleigh's probably the most all-or-nothing switch hitter that there's been. And the evolution that he's made from the right side over the last couple seasons has been the difference between him being an all-star and a potential MVP.
We used to talk, Brock, about whether or not he could ever get to the Veritek Posada level, and it's amazing right now how far past either of those guys he's gone in terms of his value, in terms of the home runs and everything else. Jeff, sorry to keep you a little extra time. Honestly, I feel like we could go another half hour. It's just too much cool stuff going on with this team here with 12 games to go. But when we talk to you next week, we'll be just a few days away from the end of this season. We'll know a little bit more. We'll talk to you on Tuesday, man. Thank you.
I look forward to talking about 15 straight.
That may very well be the case, or maybe it'll be 6 straight in the other direction. Who the heck knows? I think you've said it best. There goes Jeff Passan. We'll be right back here. The Brock and Salk Show, your home for the first place Mariners. The first place Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 CLSports.com.
The pitch on the way to Junior. Breaking ball, belted into the upper deck.
Look out, Junior. You've got company.
Swinging a drive deep into the gap in left center field. And goodbye baseball. There it is. Mickey Mantle, you got some company at the top of the list.
This is where you hear Cal's quest for 56 and the Mariners push to the playoffs.
Chants of the crowd getting louder and louder.
Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Toyota gives you the power of choice. Now through September 30th, get 1.75 APR financing or $3,000 customer cash on a new 25 Tundra. Excludes TRD Pro. Or you can lease a 25 Tundra SR5 Crewmax for $499 a month for 36 months with $40.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable dock fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Whether you're building a high-rise or hosting a family reunion, you need things to run smooth and clean. That's where Honey Bucket comes in. They deliver top-tier portable restrooms, hand-washing stations, storage containers, fencing, and much more for construction sites and special events of all sizes. Just ask Cal Raleigh, Big Dumper himself. He knows a clean setup when he sees one. Honey Bucket. Local, trusted by pros, preferred by party planners. Call today or visit honeybucket.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
In today's competitive world, standing out isn't optional anymore. I'm Rusty George, and my agency helps builders, manufacturers, and material suppliers get louder and get noticed in order to bring in new customers. From effective brand strategies to websites and marketing campaigns that drive business, Rusty George is for builders just like you. No fluff, just results. You can build the future. We'll help you build your new business pipeline. Visit rustygeorge.com today. rustygeorge.com.
Toyota of Renton is in the playoff chase with game-winning deals on your next ride. Score a 36-month lease on the Tacoma at $279 a month with $39.99 due at signing. The RAV4 leasing at $299 a month with $39.99 due at signing. Drive smarter with the all-hybrid Camry leasing as low as $299 a month or the Corolla from just $219. Whether you're gearing up for the fall or chasing savings, Toyota of Renton is the place to go. Visit toyotaofrenton.com and get in the playoff chase today. Offers valid through September 30th, 2025. Excludes tax, title, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 7540-4432-2559-1852.
O'Brien.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7 24/7, 365 days a year because riders deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource riders can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, I'm sorry. We went a little late with Jeff Passan, but we did it to talk Cal, and now we're going to talk more Cal. So kind of, robbing Peter to pay Paul there a little bit, Brock. Final hour of our show. It'll involve Daniel Jeremiah as we get back to football for a while at 9:30. Talk to DJ as we're doing now every Tuesday at 9:30. And then once baseball season ends, hopefully not till November, then we'll slide him into that 8:30 spot on Tuesday since we've got Joel Klatt coming up tomorrow. What's that going to be like, Brock? Is that going to be fun tomorrow?
He's going to tone it down.
Okay, good.
I think you heard from Brock and Salk Nation, be my guess. I got a couple texts from him, and he was like, yeah, you know what? I took that too far last week. Yeah. I'll be better. He said I'll be better.
Yeah. So. Oh, well, that's good to know. All right. Well, I'll look forward to it. Should I tell him that? No, I'll just keep my mouth shut.
No,
I don't want to poke the bear.
Yeah, I don't
I was going to play. You were asking for some Cal numbers. I was actually going to play you some Cal-related sound. Okay. And this, it starts with Harold Reynolds, but kind of goes from there. This was a debate yesterday on MLB Network. And not surprisingly, Harold Reynolds is a big supporter of Cal Raleigh for MVP.
Look at their numbers so far in the month of September. Judge hitting .350 with 5 bombs. Cal Raleigh hitting .280 with 4 bombs. Is it changing the way you view the AL MVP race?
No. I still think Cal Raleigh's MVP. I mean, Aaron Judge, don't get me wrong. Love him, and he's having an incredible year, but this is historic. Catcher doing what Cal Raleigh is doing? You can't even measure it.
Yeah, and Brock, I don't have the time to play you the full minute, but then he goes on to say he's caught 16,879 pitches. He puts his body through hell, and there shouldn't really even be a debate. So that's the Harold Reynolds argument.
Okay. And can I just add to that, by the way? I was going to say this, and we were running up against it with Jeff. Catcher, the one position, in a lot of sport, technology and recovery and speed, all these things have gotten just a little easier to handle. Catching no easier today. Now the gear is better than it was 40 years ago. The gear is significantly better.
The stance is better and easier on their legs than I think it used to be.
But what they've got to catch
totally different
every day.
Yes.
I mean, goodness gracious.
Now also the ability to recover and the health and the nutrition and all that stuff is also better than it was
if you do it appropriately.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
If you actually
but the knowledge of what they're doing. I mean, compared to when Johnny Bench was playing. I mean, like, I'm not Johnny necessarily specifically, but those guys are out drinking 6 nights a week. Like, Cal's not doing that because that's not the way the game is played anymore. So, but I'm not taking away your point. I think you're absolutely right. No, like it's a lot.
Yes. And there's a reason the delta between him and anybody else playing this position, for goodness gracious sakes.
So here's Brian Kenny. He's talking more. I'll play it. This is Brian Kenny and Al Leiter kind of going back and forth.
Where are you on this season? Again, I don't think it's the greatest catching season or switch hitting season, but it's a hell of a season for a catcher.
Yeah, it is. And I think that what hurt him, because early on he was sitting right around the 280 mark. He's down to 244. What you didn't mention was that it's a grind of a position.
Oh, yeah.
Catching 5 of the 7 games of the week or 4 of the 7 games.
Harder. Yeah.
Much harder.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he doesn't have Mike Piazza, whatever that year. Mike was 250 or 240 something when he was catching with the Dodgers, average-wise. I can't say enough about the importance of what he means to that staff, to the pitching staff of catching a good game, and the responsibility of that goes behind it.
Even more, though, to be fair, like if I'm using WAR, which is supposed to take into account Raleigh's defensive position, he's nowhere near the very, very top.
That's just a lazy take, man.
I doubt it. Brian Kenny's not pretty. He's not lazy.
That's a lazy take to say it's not the greatest baseball season for a catcher ever. It's the greatest baseball season for a catcher ever, and there's no debate about that. There's simply no debate about that.
I think if he were here,
what
to
he's
argue
doing
with
defensive metrics, what he is doing in his power, what he is doing in carrying it, there's not a debate about it.
I'm not saying there yet, but I'd be willing to bet if Brian Kenny said that, it's not lazy. He's a pretty smart dude. He's pretty well researched. He obviously has a belief that there are some seasons out there specifically that he sees as still being the best. I don't know what they are. I don't know the details behind it. I just have enough faith that Brian Kenny's not just throwing that out there.
That's a really, really lazy take, in my opinion.
Why do you say lazy?
Because how can you say, like, what baseball season can you compare as a catcher?
I think
Mike Piazza had a 10-WAR season.
Yeah. I think he would turn around and say, no, you're a lazy take. You haven't looked at all the catching seasons like I have.
Mike Piazza had a 10-WAR season?
Yeah. That was it was 9. It was just under 9 in 97.
It was 10 or it was under 9. What
8-7.
is it? Oh, I'm sorry. He had a 10-WAR. He had a 10-WAR season, and actually it was an 8-7 WAR season, right? I mean,
maybe that's it was 10 WAR.
Huh? Yeah, I'm sorry, man. When you have shattered this home run record, when you have passed or tied Mickey Mantle, and you're going to pass Mickey Mantle, when you're a platinum, Piazza was a butcher behind the plate. When you are a platinum glove winner. What are we talking about? What are we talking about with Mike Piazza's one?
I don't know I don't mean to get sort of distracted on this. I don't know. I haven't heard the rest of the take, but I wouldn't call it lazy. I'm going to guess. Yeah. I would call it. You could call it dumb. You could say you disagree. You could say he's ignoring this, that, and the other, and you value it differently.
It's a tree topping take to me.
I don't know. That would that would really surprise me from Brian.
And I like Brian Kenny. He works really hard at it.
The opposite of that is sort of his thing.
Yeah, Buster Posey won the MVP. Buster Posey won the MVP in 2012. And you can debate the 2 years. There's some numbers that are close, but he won an MVP, to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
And Cal probably will as well. Like I think it's certainly trending in that direction. Like I think it's probably going to end up there. And it'll end up being one of the great seasons ever for a catcher, maybe the best. I'm not trying to disagree with that.
I'm getting very defensive.
Oddly defensive and oddly antagonistic towards Brian Kenny. Like
I don't like that take. I don't think that's fair. I don't think it takes
have no problems with you not liking it. I would doubt it's lazy.
Yeah, like I think there's an absolute argument. I'd probably even sit here and say this is the best season a catcher's ever had. But I don't know if you can't not make an argument for a couple other guys.
Yeah, Piazza's going to have an argument, and Buster Posey's going to have an argument. I mean, given the time.
And they also, by the way, you want to look at their average? Yeah, go look at their average compared to their peers. Look at how much easier it was even in those era than it is today to hit. Look at the delta between Cal's batting average and his peers compared to those guys and their peers. Like it's way harder to hit in this day and age. Way harder to catch in this day and age. And he's doing it better than anybody else by a long shot in this day and age. And, oh, by the way, historically, doing stuff never done in the history of the sport. I don't think it's that hard of an argument.
I was just looking at my phone to see if I had Brian Kenny's number to see if we could get him on.
I'll see if I can reach out to MLB Network. Brock, can you do what Salk did for Greg Olson?
I know. Can you be nice?
No, I'm done. No, I won't.
So if we get Brian Kenny on, you're going to insult him?
It's like the Wicked Witch of the West.
How dare you? After I did that for Greg Olson? Who stole money from the Seahawks?
Salk, of course, I will be a professional. I just think that is a very wrong take.
Yeah.
And this is not even a...
I mean, this is two people saying Posey had a 9.8 F-WAR season.
And what is Cal's F-WAR right now?
Yeah. He's at 8 with 12 games left to play.
Well, you know what I think about war.
All right, but you can't. Again, that doesn't make it a lazy take. It just makes it a take you disagree with.
I just disagree with it.
All right, well, that's fine. I'm right there with you. You can passionately disagree, honestly.
Strongly.
I'm right there with you, dude. Passionately disagree. I'm trying to help you out. I don't think it's lazy. But you know what? Let's get out of this debate.
But
this
you know
is
what?
dumb.
But I'll tell you this.
Hold on. You have no more time. We got to do need to know. We got to talk to Daniel Jeremiah. We're running out of time. They only give us 4 hours, Brock. If you'd like to spend an hour. Hey, show up at 6, baby. We're right here waiting for you.
Sun's got to come up first.
They're baseball's hottest team.
Cal Raleigh will score. Here comes Julio. He's racing home around third. He's going to score standing. 2 more on the board for the Mariners.
Winners of 9 in a row.
Strike 3 called. Got him. Fire. George Kirby, strikeout number 13.
Up next, the first of 3 in Kansas City. Tonight, first pitch at 4:40. Pregame at 3:30.
Everybody on their feet.
On the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Fired up. I got to calm down a little bit. But not only do baseball numbers do that to me, so does insurance, for crying out loud. So stressful, so confusing. That is why Molly and I, a couple years ago, did what so many, others have done. And I heard so many stories about these First Mark Insurance Challenge victories. We decided to take the challenge because my rates were going up. I didn't know what was covered. I was frustrated. And boy, am I glad we took that challenge, because not only did First Mark save us a substantial amount on our premiums, as it has the last few years, we know exactly what we've got covered, and here's how they do it. Here's how they go to work for you. They fully analyze your coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, well, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've worked with for decades to find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion. And did I mention it's totally free as well? They're your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families, including mine, successfully manage this world of insurance. So please, don't wait a day longer. The only thing I regret is we didn't take the challenge earlier. Go take the challenge. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
And now, tales of another way. How long can one go on with the same scent of shower soap? Sure, sandalwood is your signature aura, but today you went tropical essence. Glamping in the rainforest. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Tolling begins September 29th. Save $2 per toll with a Good-to-Go pass. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Our bats are back, and the ballpark is rocking like 2001. I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. For those of you sick of searching for another allergy medication, we offer a solution that will save you time, money, and frustration. Rynair is a simple, minimally invasive procedure that significantly reduces postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're taking new patients. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way, or go to sternsinus.com.
Seaport Airlines, offering high-frequency shuttle service between Seattle's Boeing Field and PDX Business Aviation. Use code FALL2025 to save 20% off flights. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
One of the greatest bands in rock history, The Who, present The Song Is Over, the North American Farewell Tour. See Pete Townsend and Roger Daltrey, The Who, live in Seattle, performing at Climate Pledge Arena September 25th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. The Who for the very last time.
The song is over.
For more, visit thewho.com.
Do you need a new roof? Then visit 3treeroofing.com to get $500 off your roofing project by scheduling a free estimate. 3Tree Roofing's certified team builds a custom plan for your home using top-tier materials with industry-leading warranties. All of their install crews are factory certified to ensure that your roof can handle any weather Seattle can throw our way. Don't wait until leaks turn into expensive damage this rainy season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today and secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Brock, we're ready for the final road trip of the season. Mariners will get underway in Kansas City against an okay Royals team tonight. You heard it from Passan as he kind of went through it. They've had some injuries. Some of those guys will come back here during the series, but they're probably out of it, and we'll see just how hard and they're willing to play.
We see both those guys, by the way. The two that he mentioned, Waka and Reagans, are both back, are starting tonight and tomorrow. So we will see both of their horses.
Waka.
We'll see what they have. I got to apologize. Lazy was inappropriate. Okay. It wasn't terribly personal, but it was personal enough. So, Brian Kinney, if you're listening, you're not. Or if it gets back to you, lazy was inappropriate. And yes, as I look upon further review, my laziness, Buster Posey had a hell of a year. An unbelievable year in his MVP year and won a World Series, and Piazza had an amazing offensive year as well. Those two would be in the class, yet still not record-setting and not seasons never done in the history of baseball before at that position. I'll stand on that.
I think that's a totally great take. I'm right there with you. I would agree with everything you said. Not only that, I would say kudos to you for saying it, Brock. That's one of the many, many reasons
sometimes, when
I
things
love
get
and
personal
respect you.
and, that vein starts popping in my neck.
Yeah, I get it.
And I'm trying to defend our own.
Right. I get
and
it.
I really do feel like he does not get the credit for. They see the raw numbers.
Let me say, you were defending someone you like against somebody who you felt had taken an unfair shot, and you ended up saying something that was maybe beyond what you really meant?
Yes.
Okay. Just checking. That's happened to me once or twice. I wasn't sure.
But you got to come back with a heartfelt forgiveness.
I did. The next day.
Mr. Kinney, I ask you for forgiveness.
Well, I did the next day because I eventually, I didn't have the other person here at the time. Like, I was there for you to kind of go through why I didn't think that was fair.
Gotcha.
I needed you. You abandoned me in the hour of need.
Sorry. That's a poop take. Anywho.
Mariners tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks get a 0-2 Saints team that they should be very beatable at home here in Seattle on Sunday. I think health will be a bit of a question. The good news, probably the best news, was on Eamon Warrior, I would say. The idea that he could conceivably practice this week, I was pretty shocked by that.
Yeah, incredibly good news. Another guy that you'd like to see practice before good, especially being a rookie. So we'll see here. I don't know if we'll see if he's ready on Wednesday or possibly Thursday to get some reps.
That's good news.
That is good news. And I'd be very leery anytime of it's the Saints, give these guys some extra rest. No, it's still an NFL team. It's still early in the year. Yes, it is Spencer Rattler. Yes, it is Kellen Moore coming back to the state of Washington. You realize he was a lefty slinger at Prosser High School,
I do, yeah. I think about it all the time.
Mike Ewart and then Boise State legend. But he'll be coming back to town. I will be curious. Mike did say later in the afternoon. He joins us, by the way, just to give some context, before all the guys come in. right? Like he's watching tape, he's doing his stuff, and then the guys eventually roll in Monday morning, and then by the time he meets with the media in the afternoon, a little, not dour, but a little more realistic of, whoa, we got some guys, once again, banged up after a very physical game in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, let's hope that's not going to end up being a huge problem. Also an opportunity just to glorify some of the guys who had great games. I thought the Jackson Smith and Jigba game was really tremendous. I mean, he really showed up as the best wide receiver on the field on Sunday, and we asked Mike about him yesterday.
I'm a broken record with the process thing, but it's like, this is the guy that we were looking at. We saw the whole offseason, and we're trying to tell everybody, but I don't know if everybody was listening. But now I think now you're seeing the things that we've been seeing really for 2 years. I mean, since we've been here, the things we've seen of him being able to do. But there's a lot of nuance and detail that I think that he's gained to his game and the routes, and a lot of it's from the system that we're running. I know Coop and Frizz and Pete's have been just a tremendous help to him, and there's just the chemistry he has with the rest of the offense, especially Sam. I think is showing up as well.
I'll say it. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you got.
I'll say it again. Amon-Ra St. Brown. And you look at that. I mean, it just, like I want to say, wow, Marvin Harrison was a littler guy that had amazing catch radius and the greatest body control of any human being I ever saw on a football field, and he did. But Marvin could go. I mean, Marvin was a 4.4, run right by you. And that's not necessarily Jackson. He doesn't have that 4.4 speed, but man, does he play football fast. And does he understand everything around him? And honestly, it feels a lot like the Pro Bowler there in Detroit.
That's a good comp. It's interesting. He feels, to me, just watching him, not quite as physical maybe as Amon-Ra St. Brown is.
That's probably fair.
But maybe a little
athletic.
bit cleaner in terms of getting himself into open spaces.
Yeah, just even better short area quickness and body control. Like honestly, those two traits, like short area quickness, body control, those are not easily definable to the eye, but amongst peers and people in football, there's very few with better of those traits in all the NFL.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I played you some sound over the course of the morning from our buddy Geno Smith. He didn't have the world's greatest night last night.
3rd and 15. Pressure again down the middle. End zone shot. Karam and intercepted. Off the Karam. He tried to find Myers in traffic.
That's another red zone pick. That's 4 picks, 1 touchdown.
Broke your heart, didn't it?
4 picks so far for Geno on the season. He's on pace for 34 this year. We'll see if he gets there. That is everything you need to know a quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I do encourage you, if you got some time later to jump back on the podcast, go back to the 8 a.m. Segment that we did right off the top on Geno Smith. I thought that was pretty enjoyable. Not going to lie. If you need a little extra Geno content today, just go back to 8 o'clock. I think you'll enjoy hour 3.
What are you going to do at 6:30 tomorrow, Saul?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're gonna. How do you choose between Passan and DJ? Do you sit and evaluate kind of after the fact? Because I felt that was top 10 for Passan.
I thought that was really good.
Top 10.
Honestly, it'll probably be Passan because it was Mike Macdonald today. Tomorrow it'll be, we got Joe Klatt that'll come after that.
True.
So it'll probably end up being Passan just for some balance and just because it's still Jeff's spot here on Tuesdays for another couple of weeks or months, depending, until DJ kind of takes it over. So I don't know. I mean, you could go either way, but that's just a quick look into my thought process. I know you're trying to set it up as a competition.
No, unless DJ says something that goes viral.
That's
right?
possible.
I mean, you never know.
Maybe he'll call someone lazy for no reason. You never know. We'll be right back with Daniel Jeremiah next on Brock and Salk.
Now that's how you do it.
He's going left side. He's got some blocking. He turns upfield. He's down inside the 5. Touchdown! Seahawks!
He is so athletic, Saul.
An impressive road victory in Pittsburgh.
Seahawks, I thought the better unit in all 3 phases.
Can they create some momentum?
We said we need to make a big jump from week 1 to week 2. I feel like we did.
This is where the conversation lives.
It's exactly what you wanted to see.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Guys, luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel is open, been there now for a little over a month, and it looks beautiful. Go to snocasino.com to book or just to check it all out. The pool area is phenomenal. Beautiful view and sort of an indoor-outdoor concept. So very similar, actually, to what they did with the new sports bar restaurant. That's also indoor-outdoor with a great view. Tons of TVs, great food. The spa's great. The rooms are awesome. Just go check out the whole thing at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Temperatures are dropping, but you don't have to settle for a chilly home this winter. Keep cozy and safe with energy-saving products during Washington Energy's home heating sale on now. Upgrading your home is as easy as $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 off. Take $1,000 off furnaces, fireplaces, and water heaters, $2,000 off high-efficiency heat pump systems, and $3,000 off whole home generators and ductless mini splits, plus free financing. Washington Energy Services, your expert resource for affordable home comfort. Call for a free estimate.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed, all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards, USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king. With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge. He wants more, he's got to have more. More bedtime to ride. More podcasts in the shower. Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed. He's got the gigs to go big. Bring him the game right now. And his royal we. More sports non-stop. His quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service and speed in select locations only.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business. And get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/21/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro-line applied via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data and service series. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q1 to Q2 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just 1 day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed 1-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at proscope.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's proscope.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk
weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Man, this show has really moved quickly. It kind of goes that way when you got a good baseball team and a good football team to talk about coming off a win, and we will do some more of that with Daniel Jeremiah, who joins us now. DJ, you got to see a pretty good one last night as well, at least on your side of things for the Chargers. I don't know how much the Geno Smith truthers were excited about what they saw, but pretty good one from a Charger perspective, huh?
No, it was fun. My favorite part was the epiphany during the game where I looked at money and I said, yeah, gosh, I just realized with Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh and Chip Kelly, like, is Mike Riley in the building? Do we know where Dirk Cutter's at? Can we just reassemble the Avengers of the Pac-10?
Yeah, they had a shot of that, I think, after the game. I saw somewhere talking about that. But obviously, your guy got the upper hand over those other two. Is it time? And I know the injury to Slater, and last night, doggone it, your stud defensive end is lost probably for the year. So, but is it time to start looking at your Chargers as the real contenders in the AFC West and the AFC?
I think so. I think when you look at the fact that this was the number one scoring defense, or the number one defense, I should say, in the NFL last year, with Jesse Minter, coordinating this group, and then they come back, they've gotten bigger up front. They got a corner in Tarheeb Still, who's in his second year, is really turning into one of the best young corners in the NFL. Derwin James is a special player. So that defensive unit is now a large sample size. This isn't just, they did pretty well against the Chiefs, and hey, they kept the Raiders out of the end zone. This is all of last season, and they're continuing it, and I think they're better defensively. Now, the Khalil thing is big. He's just not only such a great player, but a leader in all that he brings into that group. So they'll have to try and find a way to navigate around that, but they do have depth. So defensively, they're in great shape. And then you look on the offensive side, you got an elite quarterback. Nobody's ever doubted the tool set that Herbert has. And now you've got, I was talking to one of the coaches before the game, and we're talking about the Colts teams, the Peyton Manning Colts teams. And one of the things is, as you know, Brock, like one of the things that made that group so special is that you had a collection of not only great players, but really, really smart guys. And when you look at this Chargers group, Ladd McConkey is brilliant. Keenan Allen's one of the smartest football players I've ever been around. You look at Joe Alt at left tackle, is a brilliant kid. Like the backs that they have, Najee Harris has got excellent football instincts and awareness. They've just put a really, really smart team together, which to me means that they can continue to throw volume on this group and really kind of be limitless with where they can take it.
I love Keenan Allen. He's just been Brock will tell you, he's been one of my favorite players in the game since he's come out. I love the way he plays. I love the way he talks. I kind of love just the whole Keenan Allen experience. I would have loved to have had him here in Seattle for all those years. I really enjoy him. On the other side, though, what did you think of Geno Smith last night?
Well, I think they made a concerted effort to make him have to throw the ball through the forest. That when you looked at the tape the previous week, they really tried to heat him up in New England. And Geno's very smart, and Geno can put the ball where he wants. So when you bring extra rushers, it clears up the picture on the back end. And Geno had a lot of success. And what they were able to do, and Jesse Minter is masterful at it, is they were able to give him some unique four-man pressures where they're just rushing four, but it's a unique four. It's Derwin James, it's a nickel coming, however they want to do it. They're running games, but they're still making him sort through a lot of bodies. And I don't know what the final tally was. At one point in time, I think it was 15 or 16 pass breakups, 3 of 3 interceptions among that group. So they made him have to throw through a lot of bodies in the back end. They had a lot of eyes on the quarterback, and he struggled. So it'll be interesting to see going forward if teams kind of adopt that approach when they're playing against those guys.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. I know Jesse Minter and Luke Heward were on staff together at Georgia State. I think then Jesse, and obviously his dad, Rick Minter, very esteemed college guy forever. Didn't Jesse go up to Baltimore? Isn't this a very similar scheme? And then he went to Michigan, so kind of like Macdonald in Baltimore into Michigan. Isn't there quite a bit of parallel between these two things schematically?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. They're they're like scheme brothers, in terms of the path that they've been on and how they've been developed and the success that they've gone on to have. So yeah, no, there's absolutely 100% a connection there, to the point where when it was cut down time and there'd be a defensive player that the Chargers maybe had some depth at one position or another. And, I was just kind of joking with Joe Ortiz, the general manager. And I said, well, if you have to cut somebody, just call Seattle. They'll take him. I mean, like, you guys are doing the same stuff. I mean, just, you take, if you have a little extra, they have a little extra, you'll take a little extra of theirs. They take a little extra of yours and kind of just balance it all out, because you guys are all darn near blood related here.
Well, as you've watched these first couple games, don't you also see some parallel? If you said the Chargers were the best defense in the league last year, and scoring defense and otherwise, we've talked about the Seahawks kind of growing into a top 5 defense in the league. In the second half of last year, they were certainly top 10. When you put the tape on and you watch that Steelers game, do you see a real comparison to be made with the Chargers defense? Is maybe these two being right up there as some of the best in the game?
Yeah, and I think Seattle might be a little bit faster in their front, so they've got that going. And the same thing as you watch Rodgers just hold the ball. Those veteran quarterbacks, they want you to come after them with a bazillion guys. And to me, they did a nice job. There's an effort factor with their front. I think you saw with Byron Murphy and his pressures he was able to collect in that game. I kind of see the stats and you go watch the tape and I thought, okay, I know how explosive and quick he is. These are going to be some quick wins. And it's a lot of effort and finish as they're, holding up and covering well in the back end. So, no, I think they're playing really well. We've been talking about it forever about how athletic their front seven is. And I think you're starting to really see that become a factor. I think if you look not just at these two teams, look at Green Bay, what they're doing and how athletic they are in their front. It's interesting. There's two different ways to do it. There's teams that say, okay, we're just going to get really, really athletic on the perimeter and in the secondary, and then we can just throw a bunch of bodies and win with numbers. And this is the opposite approach. We're going to have a bunch of athletes up front that we're going to be able to win with fewer numbers, and we can dedicate numbers to the back end. And I just think with quarterbacks, I think that, to me, you saw it in the Super. The Eagles, I should mention them, another team that does it. I mean, they got after Mahomes and blitzed him a little bit in this last game, but I mean, they're notorious in the Super Bowl. They didn't blitz one time. So I think that's how you win in this league right now.
Do you know who Ben Fennell is online?
Yeah,
he does
Benny. Let me tell you about Benny. Benny, if you watched our coverage of the draft, every single XO video that I show on every single player was cut by Ben Fennell.
Yeah, he's pretty good, right? I mean, he really knows the game,
awesome.
And I've followed him for a while. I always like his film reviews and stuff. He was loving the Seahawks this week and going through what they did. Leonard Williams, he says the Seahawks front, complete butt whooping versus Pittsburgh. This unit is impressive. Love the double team destruction from Reed and Williams. Nasty group, toss the offensive line around all day. That's great. But these are stats, and this really is pretty incredible. Seahawks are leading the NFL with a 49.4% pressure rate via next-gen stats. They are also using a four-man rush 83.1% of the time, blitzing at the 31st rate, 13%. Only Cincy is blitzing less. A nasty unit that has the horses to get home just at the front. What does Brock always say? When 4 can beat 5? Are we seeing 4 guys up front that can beat 5 on a regular basis?
Yeah, and it's winning straight up, but then also running games and being creative with how you get to that four-man rush. And it's, again, I would really put those 4 teams in a pod, that we talked about, because Green Bay can do it with their group. Philly can do it. And one of the things that I'd be curious to find out and see if I can talk to some folks in Seattle. I can talk to Jesse about it with the Chargers, but like the Eagles, for example, they give those guys a lot of freedom up front. So, hey, we're rushing 4. Whatever game you guys want to rush straight up, or if these 2 guys want to run this game or that game, they'll give them freedom within the game to be able to just line, hey, we're going to, on the field, we're going to do this. Tell the guy next year we're going to run this game or do this thing. And it's just like playing 2-on-2 basketball. They get very, very comfortable how to play off of each other and how to win. And the other thing I would say is, it's, if you're going to be a 4-man rush team and be successful, you better have 7-8 guys you can roll through there to keep them fresh, because you're not going to get home when you're tired in the third and fourth quarter. You've been out there the whole time. And that's, again, the Eagles I'll use as an example, just because I know those guys so well. They have an alpha and a bravo unit, and they take a lot of pride in that. And they think that's the secret to their success, is not just the high-end talent they have, but the depth and their ability to roll guys through.
Well, it's interesting you asked that question about, kind of giving them some freedom. We asked Mike yesterday just about the I don't know, maybe the interaction between or the way that this defensive front plays off each other. And here's what he said.
I think you're seeing with our defensive front the chemistry that they've built. And when you have guys that rush on their own independently, it makes it really, really difficult to attack quarterbacks and attack protections and have an effective rush unit because there's more than 4 gaps. And so you have to play off each other a lot of times in a 4-man rush. AD, CP, Hines, they do a great job of coaching this thing. Those guys, I love, again, talking about shocking. You love someone to be in our defensive line room as they're talking about the rush plan and how they execute it and how they play off one another and what the rules are and how we set things up. It's really fascinating. They do a great job, and the veterans have really bought in on how we're going to rush 4 as 1.
Could you translate that a little bit? Rushing 4 as 1.
Yeah, because you don't want to have a selfish rush, because you can get in a situation where you have a guy you've got a defensive tackle who's lined up next to the edge rusher. The edge rusher takes a very high rush, so he tries to get outside on the edge and gets up the field. And you've got a defensive tackle who tries to then go with an inside rush. Well, now you have just created a mess of a hole for this quarterback to get loose, to either climb up and be clean inside the pocket or to just flat out take off and run. So you have to, the way I would look at it is it's like, you've got, an infield in baseball. And so at the apex of our rush, we got to have a third baseman, a shortstop, a second baseman, and a first baseman. Now we can get there a lot of different ways. And that's, it could be all of us are just going to rush straight. We're going to have one game with a twist over here, and we're going to rush straight on the other side, or we're going to take the 2 inside guys and run a game. But at the end of the day, when the quarterback gets to the top of his rush, we better have somebody at third base, shortstop, second base, and first base.
You know what's beautiful between the Padres and Mariners right now, Salky?
Mm-hmm.
Both exactly 82 and 68 after 150 games. I mean, we took the Vetter Cup, the guitar, no question about it. But
that's true.
Absolutely, with 12 to go, dead even. You're 2 back of the Dodgers. We're leading the American League West. But a lot of symmetry there. We talk about the Mariners a whole bunch right now, DJ, as you can imagine. And we chatted with Jeff Passan last hour and said, man, Jorge Polanco, it's crazy. Of all the stars, Julio, Cal, all those guys, as Jorge Polanco is gone and started brilliantly, he's finishing brilliantly. This team kind of plays as he goes. It's funny on the Seahawks. Well, let me just ask you the question. I got my thought. But if you were to say, man, if there's a Seahawk defender that can take that next step, if I can put some pixie dust on one guy and as he goes, it's going to really elevate everybody on this defense to become elite. Can you single out an individual?
That's a great question, man. Gosh.
And I'll give you my answer. I'll let you think about it. I'll let you think about it.
Okay, I was looking at it just saying if you just look at the ability and the upside of where he could go, I would say Rick Woolen.
That's a hard sell for me right there.
He hasn't been good, but I'm telling you, if he gets who can get the most out of their ability. So where could the margin growth take place? That's where the margin is for me.
Yeah, no, I feel that. Golly, Job is so solid. And yeah, no, that's totally understandable because, right, 4'2" at 6'4", and if he's totally on his game and plays with unbelievable passion and plays pre-snap, through the snap, I get that. But it's funny, Byron Murphy, these first 2 weeks, you point to one singular individual. Leonard was awesome last year. Hall and Mafe played with great effort. Ernest, Julian was great last year. But my goodness, if Byron Murphy is who the league thought he was, is the single best defender in that draft coming out, who fell all the way to 16 because of the quarterbacks, if that dude is a legit difference-making dude in the middle there with Leonard and Jaron and the rest of the crew, how much more does that elevate this entire defense?
No, I mean, I did something yesterday when I was talking with Baldy on our Move the Sticks show, and I, talking specifically about him, I said, it's a great reminder, and I've done studies on this over the years, and about the time it takes for guys to click. Like what positions can you come in and jump on the field and have immediate success, and what requires patience? And surprisingly, I don't know if I just didn't anticipate this, but defensive tackle is one where there's a lot of examples over the years of it's taking guys 2-3 years to get comfortable and then to really kind of show what they've got. I think Dexter Lawrence is a recent example of that. Took him a couple years to kind of get up and going. All of a sudden, you've got this dominant force. Madubuike with Baltimore, you've seen that. All of a sudden, now he turns into this dominant player. And I was just looking at Murphy, going, okay, man, this is a good sign that the light is coming on here, and he's figuring it out. It's such a different game for those guys at the college level than it is at the NFL level. Every single college game, I don't care if you're playing in the SEC or the Big Ten, there's one of those three interior offensive linemen is a tomato can, and you're going to get a chance to beat up on them. And that just isn't the case when you get in the NFL, so you got to figure out other ways to win.
Since you're doing the show with Baldinger now every week and you get a chance to chat with him, which I love, I couldn't help but wonder if you talked to him at all about his new buddy, Robbie Oots. He seems to be a pretty big fan.
You watch this block right here. He wipes out both inside linebackers of the Steelers. Peyton Wilson right into the lap of Patrick Queen. He knocks them both down. He gets 2 knockdowns there.
He keeps going from there. First of all, Baldy's the modern day John Madden, I think.
Yep.
He's got as much John Madden in him as anyone in the world. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's fun. You know what's hilarious is that my fun thing, he doesn't know that I do this, but I always try and just take an obscure nickname and just sneak it in to him. And my hope is that he's going to subconsciously use it in one of his breakdowns. So are
they real nicknames or are you making them up?
Oh, no. Totally manufactured.
Oh, good.
We were talking about an edge rusher. I can't remember who it was. And I said, this guy's Amco, Baldy. I mean, he's just going to test your brakes if you're a tackle. Do you have any power? Can you have any stopping power? He's the Amco. That's who he is. He's Amco. We were talking about the Seahawks, and I said, you know what this offense is for the Seahawks? He goes, what's that? It's the Abraham Lincoln offense, man. Everything's short to the outside. It's like his hat. Everything's short to the outside, and we're going to go down the field in the middle. It's just think of Abraham Lincoln hat, and that's the Seahawks off. But I haven't been able to get it to stick. But I'm trying like crazy, guys. I'm absolutely trying my best.
Well, I like the Robbie Oates stuff, and that block in particular was great, but Brock was talking yesterday to Mark Sanchez was on with us, and they were just geeking out, being total quarterback nerds, throwing play calls back and forth at each other. It was really quite sick. But at the heart of it was this idea of kind of what's old is new again, and lining up under center, and all of these sort of new plays that are really old plays kind of being rediscovered by this offense. How much of that have you seen? And how common is that, or uncommon is that?
Well, I think in general, the fullback has got a very prominent role in football right now, and I actually would give the Ravens some credit for that when they took Ricard and put him as a defensive tackle and converted him over and put him in that spot. I saw it with the Chargers with Scott Matlock as a defensive tackle at Boise, that they end up using him as their big fullback. And Robbie Oots, that was going to be an opportunity for him to come in and fill that role. It's it's kind of it goes along the lines of defenses getting smaller at the second level to be able to run and cover, which has been such an emphasis over the last decade plus. So this is kind of the answer to that a little bit, is having a player like that. So it's kind of got an old school vibe to it. I'll tell you what, just watching a bunch of tape around the league, I feel like I've seen more 12 personnel under center play action than I've seen in quite some time. That seems to be a thing that teams are really trying to use that to attack, which feels very 90s-ish. Which I love.
What we were geeking out about, to be fair, was the Seahawks were 60% under center. And you saw Sam Darnold drop back to 322 Y stick. He threw a quick game from a three-step drop. Nobody does anymore. His touchdown pass to A.J. Barner, right? Under center, 5 steps, straight drop back, thrown off the 5th step. Again, you don't see these things anymore. Just kind of curious, Sam Darnold, 3rd highest graded passer in all the NFL, according to PFF. You've watched now 2 game tapes. Do your eyes see what PFF sees in their grade sheet?
Yeah, I think, to me, and we'll see where you are on this, Brock, but I just look for a comfort level of a quarterback on a couple things. Number one is, are you seeing it clearly to get the ball out of your hand? So get to the top of your drop, see it, and let it rip. And the other thing I look at is, are you comfortable working in the middle of the field? And they are eating people up in the middle of the field. And it's been fun to watch.
12 of 14, 169 and a touchdown. 12 of 14, 169 and a touchdown in the middle of the field versus Pittsburgh.
And you know who doesn't throw in the middle of the field? Guys who don't see a clear picture, guys who don't have confidence in what the guys outside are doing and how they're, if they're seeing the same thing. Guys who are intimidated, in terms of bodies. He's not. He's very comfortable. He trusts his eyes. He trusts his guys. That could be an album, Trust Your Eyes and Trust Your Guys. But that to me is what I loved about Sam coming out. I thought Sam was a gifted, athlete, gifted thrower. But one of the reasons I loved him so much coming out of SC was because I thought he was a rhythm player. Like, he was just a very smooth, rhythmic quarterback. And that's kind of that old school vibe, too, of what you used to always look for in quarterbacks.
And
when
doesn't
I started
going under
scouting in
center,
03.
Doesn't going under center provide? I remember, my whole career I was under center, basically, college. And then my Holmgren was not a believer in the shotgun because he believed what you just said there. Rhythm comes from playing under center versus in the gun. Now, others have done it out of the gun with incredible success and rhythm. There's not one way to do it. But when you talk about a rhythm guy, trusting your guys, trusting your eyes, doesn't that rhythm really come to life when you're under center in the timing of those drops?
Yeah, because I just think, to me, everything, you get the snap immediately. So there's a feel and understanding of depth of drop. And I know I get this snap in the same exact spot. I know where my feet are. I'm going to get the exact same depth, which creates the timing. And I can get my no hitch throws, my one hitch throws. And there's a rhythm to the depth with the routes marrying up with your drop. You're in a shotgun. Some of these snaps are slow and high. Some of them are low and hard. Some of them are going to drift you to the right. Some are going to drift you to the left. I don't know how you do that, how you could say you have the same feel of rhythm of the depth of your drop, your launch point married up with the depth of the route down the field. I just always think of as a noodle-armed under center quarterback that I just remember coaches in college being like, hey, this is a one-hitch throw, and being like, hey, bud, not with my arm. This is a no-hitch, hit your back foot and get this thing out of there, man. Let this thing travel a little bit here.
Hey, last thing, we just got another minute and a half or so, and we barely had time to talk about it today, but it feels like there's a little bit more momentum on this Brady situation. Like, this just can't work. When you see the video of him last night and he's got a headset on, like, this just can't be. It just can't happen, right? I mean, it feels like there's going to be some momentum now to change this.
So after the game was over, Orlovsky's calling the game, and I didn't get a chance to catch up with Dan before the game, but I just sent him a text. I mean, see if I'm actually going to pull it up because I don't want to do it a disservice. But I said Mentor is a ball coach, and he writes back, yeah, that was impressive. And I said, also, I don't think Tom called a great game.
What are we doing?
This can't be a thing, right?
That is bizarre, man. I saw him when I was walking in the press box. Like, I was before the game, and I was actually looking for some of my buddies in the personnel department with the Raiders. And so I was just kind of walking around, got a water, and I looked and I saw him in the coach's box. I was like, huh. That's interesting.
Did he try to do the Coldplay thing too, by the way, when the camera went on? Did you see him try?
Oh, did he try and duck?
He tried to duck?
He tried to sink in his seat once he saw the camera.
You didn't want to get caught like he was at the Coldplay concert.
You know one thing that's beautiful, DJ? Baldinger, he may not use your stuff, but trust your eyes, trust your guys. That's sunk in Salk's head, and it's going to be used forever.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know that that's got my style to it.
Can you guys do me one favor though? Because I feel like I would love to have a drop, for coming on here.
Yeah.
And if you go back to the combine, I had the whole thing on Oots when he was running.
I remember that
because I did the Oots because he reminded me of being like in a dance hall.
Yeah. Place where I'm sure you are very often.
You want that in your Daniel
You're a big
Jeremiah
dance hall
intro?
guy, right, DJ?
Yeah, I don't think dance hall's been a phrase that's been used in the last 50 years, actually.
You sure you want us to play the Oots dance hall drop? I don't know.
Yeah.
We got to get out of here. DJ, thank you. We'll talk to you next Tuesday, as always.
Beat the Dodgers. Come on.
All right, we'll do the best we can here. There you go. There's Daniel Jeremiah. We'll talk to him again Tuesday. Brock will be back tomorrow. We'll see how it goes with Joel Klatt.
It goes too fast.
At 8:30.
Too fast.
I know. We got to go, though. We got to turn it over to Bump and Stacy. Their turn next. We'll see you guys. You know where the hay is.
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
You needed to see that from Kirby, and you needed your bullpen to just have kind of like a day off, so no one's stressing it out there.
One of the biggest reasons that you were able to do that on your homestand, it's that bullpen. You want to talk about the recipe that works for winning certainly heading into the final 2 weeks, but also in October. It's that kind of performance from your pitching.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710. Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Your time is money, so why are you wasting it stuck in I-5 gridlock, TSA slowdowns, and SeaTac crowds? Isn't it time to travel smarter? Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Park for free next to our terminals. Check in 20 minutes before your departure. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. What about when you want to sell your car, though? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, but how can you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Stacey Rost here, and that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $800,000 to their customers. You can go to the website to see pictures of giant checks for yourself. It's such a great offer, and I know exactly what you're wondering right now. How are they able to do it? It's not a consignment because you get paid for your car right away. Wayscar Ford pays you right up front. They buy your car for fair market value. No more insurance, no more maintenance, no more storage, no more headaches. Then they pay you half the profit when they resell your car. It's just that simple. Get the most money possible for your old car at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners begin their final road trip of the regular season today with a series opener against the Kansas City Royals. Logan Gilbert on the mound. Pregame starts at 3:30 p.m. First pitch at 4:40 p.m. on Seattle Sports.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and